They didn't tell us when they'd come back.
We didn't ask. Yeah, it wasn't one of our questions.
Okay.
Yep.
Well,
they said they could tell us, but they would not if we didn't ask a question.
Yeah.
Understood.
Oh, hey, some of these cancel out. Like having no arms doesn't, unsteady hands doesn't impose a negative.
I plan to purchase a positive quality when I have the opportunity to, but I was hoping to do it after I do my energy research and stuff because I wanted to buy elemental fusion for wood, but I don't know how I want to go about that yet. I have a question for you, Matt. Layer Shaper. I just wanted to confirm while I have the recording going. It's based off of every one you go up in your cultivation tier. So bronze, silver, gold, black, gold. I'm at 4. Would that kind of be my influence bonus at this point then? For Layer Shaper?
Because that would be nice.
Because then, like every realm you go up, you could just continue to get more every additional +4, or I don't know how much is after the next realm, but I imagine that would allow us to get some numbers there. I don't think having it as 1 and having like a max of 5 or 6 realms, like for a 6 bonus, I don't think that's really good, in my opinion. But I feel like every section would be like a +1 in a sense, because that's pretty much what we're doing anyway, of the realm. Zero would be non-cultivator, right? For no influence.
Mm-hmm.
And then
I'd do +1 for minor realms, and I'd do +2 for major realms for their shaper size.
Okay, so every time we go up 1, it's also an additional +1? Okay.
Well, every minor realm, yeah.
Yeah, so for example, I'm on my minor realm of black gold, right?
Yep.
So that would be +4, right? For every bronze, for going from bronze, silver, gold, black gold.
Yep.
Yeah, for 4. Okay. And that's kind of what I was, kind of describing there. Last question before we continue. So Layer Shaper based off willpower bonus. I have 29 for my willpower bonus. Instead of having 29 unique abilities, which I'm fine for as well, could you like combine the bonuses? Like for example, to make like 5 out of the 29 to make a bigger layer shape power, or do you want to do individual ones still?
Similar actions and powers that the layer is able to perform. This one you also have to set up like defenses too, because the layer, when you place it, that's where you placed it. So you also have to protect it because it also acts like something people can enter.
Yeah.
So, as for the powers built in it, because you're like the first person to ever get down to the layer shaper stuff.
Yeah.
You'll have your willpower bonus. You could assign 29 different things right now. If you had 290 willpower.
Yeah.
You could have any number of things, but they're going to be weak. But if you stack them,
that's what I was asking in a sense. Yeah, exactly.
Cool. Questions answered immediately and concisely.
No, I need a little bit more coffee first before I get concise, but working on it.
Whoa. You drinking coffee? I thought you only drank tea.
Yeah.
Cough tea.
I have an urge to buy the negative. I block with my face. But I think I could actually handle it, but we were just in a thing last week of, hey, try to block, dodge, or parry. And that would simply say, nope, I'm not doing that anymore.
No, you're blocking with your face.
Yep.
Like, my sword was insufficient, so I'll turn my face into a sword.
I have only seen one player use I block with my face efficiently.
I'm doing it in a 5th edition campaign right now
Nice.
for other people. The ability to throw myself in the way of a sword.
I have a player in a different lobby. He built an actual, or honest to goodness, fountain pen style tank. He actually takes the hits. It's wild. So he only takes a percentage of the damage that he would take. The rest of it is he takes it on future turns. But he also gets to apply his reduction to every future turn. So it
Why are you
continues to.
describing my 5th edition character?
No.
That is exactly what I do, though.
But yeah, he gets the defenses and he reduces it every turn, and then he only takes half of each of it. So he hardly takes any damage, and he's got explosive regen. So
I have explosive damage based on the damage I took.
Oh, you're a crazy person.
I have 2 dedicated healers.
Oh.
It works.
You crazy.
I do a lot of damage. Because I take a lot of damage. Because I don't have AC.
Oh, look, I walked from point A to point B and stubbed my toe. I take 5 damage.
I now hit this guy with the essence of the stubbed toe.
Yep. And they're not ready for it.
Nobody's ready for it. That's the
Not
point.
even your character?
My character can't feel pain due to a bad genie wish.
Oh.
But
that's also a negative quality I think Matt has.
Yep, I've taken that. And almost lost a leg because of it.
Whoops.
Yeah, everything was fine.
Everything is fine.
But William, if you wanted to pick up I block with my face, you can always spend merit on it as well to kind of make it even better.
Yep.
I do forget that we have that ability.
Selects are cool.
Yeah. All right. I will hold on to that idea because I'm just like, I think I could make that work, but with the whole, hey, you get points based on how you block, I feel like they don't want me to just block with my face.
You could become the sword where you block with yourself, and since you are the sword, you're just parrying at that point.
It still got past your defense, still hits you. But teacher, I am the sword, which means I parried. You're a special little snowflake. Head pats.
Block with the face doesn't affect your dodge at all, does it?
I mean, technically, yeah, because you're not dodging at that point. You're blocking with your face.
Block. When you take damage, you take it. Blocking or dodging. Okay.
Oh, last session we talked to the Elder. We learned about the red strings. We learned about the challenging mountain, and we learned about sword energy. We got a bunch of crystals, low-grade crystals we can utilize. I think that should be fun. I don't know what they're going to do, but I imagine they'll be useful in a way.
Well, I was told of a use for them.
Yeah.
Not for the swords, but for myself. So.
Yeah, help you with getting your sword energy, right?
Yep, I'll need a bunch.
Yeah.
Hopefully just one, but I'm going to be using probably like 3 or 4 because I need to figure it out first.
Um,
So, whoops.
we did some research, training of stats, and what's the plan for this week, guys?
I'm going to swing my sword.
And I believe that is what I need to do, as well as getting block and parry. Pull up my sheet again. Back here. Parry, I only need one more tick, but let's see, dodge is up, and block is in a thing. Okay.
Is there
Yeah,
anything meaningful that Poe can learn about blocking from trying to block my normal swing while I'm doing that over and over again?
If I block with my face, I might learn something.
You cannot block your normal swing.
Yeah, that's
you need
what I
some
thought.
pinnacle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
triangle power stuff.
But if he wants to block with his face, he is definitely blocking now.
Rude.
That is true.
Which means you are blocking pinnacles.
In a manner of speaking, yes, technically.
Hey, what? How much
You can't
damage
block
does
it,
that?
so I just miss with the pinnacle swing.
I feel like Vicarious would just be like, I don't
What
know
just
what she.
happened?
Yeah. That's not supposed to happen. I think I have
Well, I
to
can't
kill you
block
now.
it, but I only block with my face, so I don't get hit.
Every time misses.
You
Uh,
strap the sword to
Jigger.
your face.
Yeah.
What? It's my. I always block with my face, no matter what. So I figure if I put the sword there ahead of time, I have already blocked. It
You
doesn't
have to
matter where
graft
you
it
strike.
into your face.
Even if you ambush me, you still hit my face.
The pinnacle skill of blocking. Not really useful for people who don't have a strong face.
I mean, technically, you could do a magnetism build where
Oh
Gravity
yeah.
build.
where everything you do, it always gets redirected directly to your face as a free called shot, and they have no choice.
Yeah, they get to hit you, but that's where all your defenses are.
Yeah. Okay.
Defenses.
Okay.
He doesn't need those. He's got his face.
Yeah. I think it could. I like it. I could make this work, and all I have to do is just tape it to my face. It's fine. Or magnetism. A
Gravity.
mixture. Yeah. Mixture of push pull.
I will note, you will need a lot of merit to make this
Work.
work.
Or training. He's got like gravity qigong and stuff.
Well, I'm more talking about the negative quality itself.
Oh,
That one's pretty unforgiving, and if you do block with your face and all hits go to your face, there's a good chance somebody just kills you.
yeah, because damage all exists. Or 2.13 million damage exists.
Or more than one health state exists.
Yep.
Yeah,
What's
you can
that?
get more one. You can get more health states.
Well, no, like not just that, but I'm just like more damage than one health state because, like, especially even me, I'm a living proof of hey, you can do a lot of health state damage,
Yep.
and I only have
You only do
one.
one per hit, though. Yeah, and that's enough.
Yeah, that's enough. So yeah, I could see me getting very brutally murdered quickly if I don't have some things set up ahead of time.
How much merit do you have right now?
I have 48. If I take it, then that gives me an additional 50, which will put me at 98.
Oh, no, it doesn't work that way. You would be able to spend 40 or 5, for example, of your merit to put into that that negative quality, for example. You could spend different things, and then you could buy another positive quality that could help you negate that in a sense.
Okay, so it's more closer to the stars than just straight XP.
Correct.
Yeah,
Well,
it is.
they're called
It is.
eclipses.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's a transfer system.
Gotcha.
You can only use them on qualities, and they do not count towards your thresholds.
Okay.
There are other examples where if you have a minion or a companion where you can use those negative qualities to give them stats. But that's the only other time that changes really.
Okay.
I didn't know that.
Hmm.
Neat.
Yeah.
And it's got to be. So I can only use mental with mental. So like I'd go for mental positive qualities to balance. I hit with
No.
or I
No.
no.
The eclipses are neutral.
Okay. Alrighty then. For now, we're still gonna go ahead and say no, but it is there.
It's a thought. It's an idea.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I'm just looking at these. I'm just like that one's very interesting, and then I also look at what was it? Fatal Fertility, and where's the other one? Collapsing Vessel, and I'm just like, maybe not these. The movement one that said maybe you're a tree. I kind of liked the idea of taking, but yeah, to build this negative into something that is a positive, I'm not there yet. And for today of a session, I want to try and focus on the sword stuff because and understanding how Chun-Po is a swordsman. That I think is going to be the best use here with our semi time limit of 6 months.
Hmm. I'm struggling over here. I'm having a mechanical issue with ironically, my French press. Okay. So, do a quick summary for me. I got distracted. It was either that or spill my tea all over my desk and my keyboard.
You're good. So Chun-Po is going to try and focus on parry skill, because it's the only one that I don't have maxed, and trying to understand the sword and get to a level of swordsmanship that at least basic.
Okay. You do know that you need to get your energy, your sword
Mhm.
energy sparked.
Yes.
Um,
And I felt
but
like a small tingle, but that's about it.
yeah, and the others they have a good opportunity to work on, say, their weapon skill while you work on parry. So there's plenty of cooperative stuff you can do.
Gotcha. Okay. All right.
A lot of availability.
Where's my trainings? Yeah. Okay, 22. Chun-Po is saying that he's going to go up to the training room and training parrying if anybody wants to join. And
Oh, I need to train my attacking, though I don't know if that will help with your parrying. Well, not really train my attacking.
We'll see what happens.
Savalair is going to auto fail a mighty neat and spend this downtime scene trying to fate bonds and playing with his fate bonds action figures he has and reading some of the fanfic stuff about fate bonds, and he's going to do some writing on that. It's going to continue his little his love notes to his goddess, and yeah, it's gonna just spend the downtime scene just being a neat. And yeah, that's what I'm gonna do for the scene.
You guys have also, as a tangent, if you do remember, if you build a landing area, you can actually call Midnight Sai to your assistance.
Yes.
Ooh.
They could
We could
also
probably-
teach you, if that's what you want to call them for.
Swordsmanship?
We can also maybe
Yeah.
land our orrery there if we have a landing area.
Yes, you could choose to land the orrery, or you can choose to have a midnight-size box arrive. You can also entice other sword participants in that trial to dock with yours and do an exchange or trade, or you can hire them to go fuck up another group. Also having.
Petition. Oops, sorry. You go ahead and finish your thought. You were saying something.
Oh. Nice. Just that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Petition to have possibly the bathroom be shrunk and turn that into like we make the bathroom a smaller square, and that square of the bathroom becomes. Oh, we have more.
Yeah, we could just dig out.
Okay, never mind.
The question is, where do you want to extend it from? I'm thinking the bathroom would be a good idea. I don't want to put it directly back from
The interesting part is you have run into an actual brick wall.
Oh, that is okay. So, alrighty, cool.
It's actually brick.
Oh. And do we punch it, guys, or is this a? Hold on, is this a second sanctuary? Like somebody else's?
No, I believe that this is the limits of a level 1 sanctuary.
Oh, okay.
So you are probably right on that sense. Then we probably need to reduce our training area. Like for example, we could have it there.
It would need a pretty big space.
Yeah.
I think I say the bathroom, and like we shove the bathroom into possibly a section of the greeting room or something, where it's just like you are allowed the ability to relieve yourself outside.
We would have to go outside to relieve ourselves.
I mean, like, okay, so the entire extent of from here to here, just the greeting room aspect, that's actually a bathroom, and then this aspect here is greeting room. We literally just, like, you walk through a bathroom before we allow you in. Clean yourself.
It'd have to be the size of like the library or the training room, right, Matt? For the landing strip.
You're not sure because the orrery is pretty big for it to dock.
Yeah.
You would need a landing area equal to the things you want to be able to land.
Okay.
And you do know from the descriptions, every time the individual clashes with another guy and they win, you steal their room size. So they get a bigger room when they win fights. So you would have to make a pretty big room.
How do we find people to fight? And is that even a good idea yet?
It's a bit different for us than the roaming rooms. They're in a different phase of training, basically. Not really phase, group. They're in solo training rather than group training.
Gotcha.
Yeah, maybe this is more a. We need to figure out some ability that could reduce the size of something, or we could increase the size, almost like a TARDIS. You know what I mean? Like it's smaller,
Bigger on the inside. Yeah.
bigger on the inside, kind of thing.
Or, well, we could shrink our orrery to where it's bigger on the inside, and then our room size wouldn't have to change. But,
but we'd still have to worry about a way to let Midnight Cyan.
Yeah, I'm more saying this could be like some type of bonus that comes from the room. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it could just shrink exterior things to fit.
Okay. We still run into the problem of having the space to create the room in the first place to then give it the bonus.
Yeah, we would have to either sacrifice a room or move things around. Like the bathroom doesn't have to be that big, I guess.
That's kind of what I was thinking of. Just like this bathroom can be very small.
We could split the kitchen and the bathroom in half.
Yeah, so like if we did it there to where like in my mind I'd say over here, kitchen, bathroom, and like a doorway in between, bam bam, you have your north, your south. And then this would be cleared up for all of landing space, if that's enough space.
Or you just need a bigger sanctuary.
Or just a bigger sanctuary. Which we get through training!
Yes.
I think this isn't something that we can solve right now. Not with what we currently have. I could be wrong. And if somebody has an idea, please be my guest, but I believe training is the best course of action at this time.
That's what I was planning on doing.
Same.
I'm gonna do 6 days worth of Mighty Neat just to get them out of the way.
6 days of playing with action figures. Sorry, guys, I got distracted.
No, I'm just
Oh.
making sure I don't get any.
Well, I mean, that was
100s.
18 100s.
Yeah.
If it's 18 100s in a row, then
By golly.
I'll be busy.
Goes down the path of neatness. Alrighty, so that's 6 whole days.
I'm more just like
no,
prepping.
these are rolls for 6 days of
Oh, yeah.
determining if he can participate in those 6
Yeah.
days.
And here's the last of the other 2 downtime scenes of today.
Okay.
Because I have such a high willpower that it's it's more
Almost impossible to fail.
It's better to just auto fail something and like just do it. Just be a neat.
I will be doing a week of normal swing, and I guess research on its sound as well as how my energy moves when I am doing a normal swing.
Okay.
So we'll be doing some awareness because now my awareness can see energy movement. A week. And then I will have to rest once in the middle of that week, so -1 DTS. I don't know how helpful I can be for your parrying and blocking, though, Poe.
Worst comes to worst, training room is I study the forms or something similar.
True,
Granted,
like Clone Sword
actually
helps a lot.
parrying. Yeah. I think actually parrying does like do more. It's just like, hey, you succeeded in actually doing it. But you learn from failure.
True.
I like to preach that.
Worst comes to worst, if I learn how to parry the unparryable.
That'd be
We
wild.
should see the upper limit of like what you're going against this way. Like, hey, here's what I'm gonna go, even though like it's pretty hard, obviously, but you still. Maybe you could use some evolution qigong in this form to kind of evolve yourself to be able to parry that kind of thing. There's a lot of things.
Yeah, because they're with advantage, and it's a week of me doing awareness with.
There's a 100 in there. There's 2 100s.
Yeah,
3.
but they're not adjacent. They
Ah.
must be adjacent.
Yeah, if they're not beside
see,
each other, there's
total of-
it's still a pass.
Gotcha. And 2 1s.
Yep.
And quite a number of 11s, double ones.
I like 11s.
Anyways. So that's a week for you. That was. Where did you get 288? Just wanting to make sure, like, is that 7 days per 7 rolls per DTS?
So
or
7 rolls per DTS, -1 DTS for a rest. So it was 147 for the
days.
week, and minus the 1 DTS, which is 144 rolls times 2 for advantage. And I need to count all of these for below 50.
Oh,
I'm surprised you didn't do that in the first place.
I can't because they're with advantage. I need to make a macro for that.
There is a formula. Yeah, there should be a macro for like, hey, take advantage. But
No.
There is for a single
I'm not
roll.
entirely sure what it is anyway.
You have to group it. Yes, that's the only way you'd be able to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So group it in twos, and then you could do.
It'd be 144 paired rolls, which would fill things up a lot. But
it's definitely doable, though.
Yeah. And it wouldn't look too bad. It'd just be 144 lines of stuff, which is not great either.
I mean, it's still a pretty big chunk. Like, it's looking at your chunk is still chunky. And Matt could always hide it, I suppose.
Afterwards. Don't do it yet. Don't hide the chunk yet. I'm counting it.
No, I'm going to keep it in there.
Alrighty, so I don't believe that I have advantage on anything, so if I was keeping up with you, it'd be 144 for the same amount of time.
Just remember your fatigues. You're getting 3 fatigue from each downtime scene.
Maybe I take a rest for this downtime scene. Do we reset our fatigue at the beginning of the session?
No, you gotta take a long rest.
Yeah.
Okay, so 1 DTS, which would be 7 less? 7 less dice roll?
Nope, 6. 6 less, yep.
Or 38 then, 138. And this goes back to 0. Okay. And let's just go ahead and do the first one to see how much it actually takes. Where are you, Perry? Perry. I don't think I have any bonuses at this time. Okay, target is 100. Nice. Okay.
I mean, you're just trying to get the last check mark for yourself, right?
Yep. /R. Also, I need to know, but do we still have that like bonus plus 20 to progress? It was like plus 5, and then like it got quadrupled.
So that's for research. I think you were talking about the the waveform swords thing it does. Were you talking about that?
Yeah. Well, I believe so, because I learned something very quickly with a plus 20 progress, and I was just like, I'll take that. And I thought it was training, but because I was in the training room and it was
I'm not sure. I imagine it could be that it's a plus 5 for the training room, and you get ×4 from Lyron's montage hero.
I believe that's what it was.
Yeah, so you're just getting you choose the plus 5 as your ×4, and then add anything else for your don't forget a +1 for your base.
+1 for base.
And then you get other things for your I know you do get an extra progress per downtime scene for things. I don't know if you get that twice. I think you get it twice.
Okay. Well, so 5 times 4 gives me 20. The regular +1 base is, let's see. With the regular +1 base and then this succeeding, would that be, hey, you have 21 progress, or would it be 22? I believe that it's 22, and if it is 22, then I've already succeeded, and Perry's done with 1 roll.
Yeah.
Okay. Then.
Sounds about right, yeah. Should be 22. Boom.
Bam. Okay. Then that's my last check mark in Perry.
You picked it all up pretty good. Now you got to keep track of if you roll 1s when you parry, because if you get enough of them, you get mastery and parry.
Gotcha. How many? Okay, so 1's rolled in with parry, and how many would that be? Mastery.
Did I say it was 2 guys, or was it 4 for this module?
No, it's 2. So the 1 is a half, and if it's a If we use convergences for that, you get it all because it's two anyway, 2 ones, right?
So I have to roll 2 ones with parrying.
Correct.
Okay. Let's roll when parrying.
Okay, maybe I'll have something to work with here in the second week.
Yeah.
How this is working.
Right.
I want Chung Po to spend his merit to do what you did, so it's a ×4 as well. That's what I really want.
Well,
Oh,
that
sure.
wouldn't.
Is that for research at that point? That'd be a
Research?
×4?
Yeah, I think so. Let's see. That's 2. That's select twice.
Yeah, it's select twice, might select twice. Rather.
Might select twice.
So
And
15
then there
merit
was
total.
2 ones.
Yeah.
So
I'll go ahead and do that. Actually, hang on a second. It's Montage Hero.
I call it Montage Hero.
Yeah.
I don't think it's actually called Montage Hero.
It is.
It is called
I think.
Montage Hero. Okay, good.
Yep. I select 5. Bonus multiplier +1.
Well, you get your +1 base, and then whatever else other bonuses you get.
So, you're right, Chung Po. It's going up to 3, and then for the next one, it's going up to 4.
I do have a question.
Oh my god.
For my least favorite sound, I know I can't spend merit to raise the hard number of the 50, but can I raise the limit that I can get with a might select?
The limit for what?
Because it's currently limited to 50, but I'm up to 67 that I could possibly roll. So if I did 2 might selects to raise it by 10 each time, would that be allowed?
No, that one's
Locked.
pretty
Cannot
much
put it
so
in.
good that it requires a zone release for it to do better.
What about spending merit to increase the efficacy of it, rather like the pure damage from low grade stuff to mid grade stuff?
Nope, it's got to be trained up.
That's what I figured. I was just double
You
checking.
got something very nice.
It's very nice.
Unfortunately, merit don't stick to it very well.
Yep. But I was just seeing what I was allowed to do with it.
I'm going to build a conflict so I can stick merit to anything.
Not spending 50 merit on it.
Merit of the conflicts doesn't stick, so it never formed.
Alrighty. You get down to montage.
Montage.
Okay, wrong side.
Montage.
Quadruple.
Fuck yeah. Motherfucking montage.
Not doing so well, but it's still fun to say. We're no longer the world police.
Okay, so you've gotten your parry ranks.
Yep.
Did you decide on a form that you wanted to start training?
Flowing, I believe, which is like you. Another
Parrying and
reason
movement a lot of the time.
Yeah, and counter and stuff like that.
Okay.
Granted, if I said block with face, maybe I take the mighty. But with I either train more parrying up. I think I start training sword stuff. Chunpo will specifically be training swings and trying to feel the sharpness energy and trying to feel sword energy coursing through him and understanding it better. And
Okay.
yeah, let's see.
Just swinging your sword like a man to
Swinging-
man.
Swinging the sword. Just weapon skill.
Yeah, just weapons come in. Swing it as many times as you want. Each swing
Gotcha.
takes one downtime action, or your series of swings for one downtime action. But
Yeah. I get you.
yeah.
His serious swing for one time downtime action.
That would be wild. Practicing serious swing this early in the game.
That's a serious matter.
Because of montage hero and training, let's see. Does this get a plus 40 then for the plus 10? Or is it only progress that gets quadrupled? I also need this for my records.
It just is one source of progress, your highest source of progress of your choice.
Understood. Then
As long as it falls within the category of that training, or of that one of the 4 categories you picked.
Understood. Nice. 90. Okay. So there's that. Let me change what I had for montage hero because of not the bonus roll. That one stays as double. But I quadrupled the progress bonus. Okay. Alrighty. And then /R. I did one roll there. We said 6 off, and then one roll here, so there's 136. /roll 136. D100s less than 90. And this would be me keeping up with Casey. There's a 100 there.
And a 1.
And a 1. And a 1. Alrighty. I think I can make confluxes. Like I could just say, hey, turn that into or convergence. Or somebody has the ability to, or I can just take it.
You can't while we're not in the orrery.
Right. Never mind. Here we go.
Not until we land the orrery.
And I don't know how you want to mark progress with this as trying to understand the sword and like without a swordsman teacher just going through and stumbling through understanding the sword and becoming a swordsman.
Sure. You've been swinging it. You're swinging it so that if you do it enough times, maybe you can hone in on that energy, right?
Correct, and trying to feel the energy through him.
I'm also doing that.
Okay. Any resources used?
On either side, I'm not attempting to form the sword energy right now. I'm trying to identify how it moves. So that when I actually attempt it, I have a much better idea as to how to utilize the sword crystal.
Okay.
All honesty, I think similar, but with like flow. Chunpo's wanting to understand how to maneuver all of these energies that he has, because that's something that he knows is going to become a problem if he doesn't keep aware of it.
Mr. Poe, you're also on to a different discovery. Well, I'm going to get you to a specific point after your training. I just need to know how much progress you might have made total. Because something weird could happen for you.
So, total progress, if the training aspect or the... Well, technically, I guess I could...
How many total progress have you made from all of those swings? Remember, 100s subtract the same amount you would have gotten,
Okay, so
and one's double.
okay.
So if you have a 1 and a 100 in equal proportions, they just cancel each other out.
Yep. So calculator.
They're still important for certain things, like when we reach higher levels of swordsmanship, when you're training for it, 1s and 100s will kind of be like
breakthroughs sometimes,
rare
or
rolls to get you over a certain hump.
Yep.
With the 1 and the 100 canceling each other and being left with what I have, it is 27,072.
Nice.
Or
Okay.
not 27,000, 2,772.
Okay. So, Mr. Pope, with flow, you never realized the teachings of flow was going to be this critical. Just reading that book, allowing that energy to travel through you during the poisonless trial, has gotten you a really good understanding of how energy moves in the body. This new energy is not nice with your current setup. It is pure. It is sharp. It sounds and feels running through your veins like someone sharpening a sharp object on a whetstone. Every time you run it through your body one entire time, it's one successful sharpen on the sharpening stone. And if you're able to do it enough times, you will have generated enough of an edge to be ready for you to pour energy into it to activate sword energy. The downside is you have a lot of impure energy.
Yeah.
Specifically from your keystone poison. It's a myriad set. And due to that, you have an incredible flexibility, adaptability. Your combinations are 1,000 factored because it's like you have so many abilities to make so many combinations with that. But because of it, it's an impure energy source. Sword energy is one energy source that cuts all others. So this is not exactly great with your setup, but it's doable. You'll have to somehow find a way to get that energy to run through you, either as a separate like energy set, like you'd use up one of your untapped meridians. You can. It'll prevent you from having those available for other things, but at least you'll have poison and sword energy, and then you'll have to find a way for them to mix without attacking each other later down the line.
I think, or my immediate thought process is that I think it's time that I actually use some evolution qigong to create their own passages until it is time. Utilizing flow, but like creating almost another channel path through me.
Sure.
And I think that's
like that.
gonna be interesting.
Yeah, go ahead and use one evolutionary point.
Okay.
And then roll me a D100 for weird shit. If you roll in the middle, nothing happens. So anywhere from like, I'd say 70 to 31.
Speaking of in the middle, I rolled a 50-50 with advantage. Can I log that in my book of probabilities?
Random
you rolled a 50-50?
Yes.
Is that in that middle that you just said? You said 30s and 71s.
31 to 70.
31 to 70.
That's right in the middle. Nothing weird happens.
Yippee.
For good or for ill.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just about to ask. First, answer Casey's, and then I'll talk to you about this.
All right. Casey, you did a 50-50 and you rolled 50 both times?
Yes.
That is something, yeah, you take note of, like, that is weird.
It is now recorded in the tablet. A 50-50.
Perfect.
With 50
my question.
Yeah, sorry.
Was this a luck-based thing, Matt? that Chungpo rolled, or is this something different?
No, he's rolling on a chart.
Okay.
I mean, kinda luck, but yeah, no, this is could be horrible.
Who sent me
Now, do I just succeed then?
Yeah.
Okay.
You'll need to spend a DTS to allow it to form. Otherwise, it'll form lopsided. But basically, you just meditate or turn into a tree. Just T-pose.
Understood. Then yeah, I go ahead and spend my time in the resting room.
Okay. So you'll need to sharpen the blade. You're not sure how many times you have to sharpen, but that's a lot of sword swings.
Mm-hmm.
But you got a lot of sword swinging in. Another thing that you find of note is that when you had energy, those poisons running through your body during the test, you were painfully aware of energy, especially new energy, running through any part of your body.
Mm.
Now I'm going to put this in chat. You can explore this as a research. It might be something you want to do now, maybe something later, maybe you don't really ever get to it, who knows.
Understood.
So I had 400 more research
Hmm.
than I thought. Not much in the grand scheme of that amount of research, but
Every penny counts.
yes.
During memories of flowing energy, you remember the pain of the poison running through your body. You were painfully aware of new energies in your body. Maybe you can train this.
Gotcha.
That is the unique training arc path for you, because you have training of flow and you've had to do a lot of really drastic things to make sure that you had close certain pathways off, open certain pathways. So you've had a bit of training in controlling energy flow. You also remember what it felt like to have those poisons run through your body. It is very painful.
Now, when you say that, you just said it, and I'm not entirely sure the wording that you used. The training, a flow training that I have the access to, is this with
Yep.
sword or just any and all?
This is just a path that you can train. It's about energy running through your body. It doesn't have to be related to the sword, but you'll have the sword energy traveling. So
Understood. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. And yes,
this is a potential research path. There's no like end goal that you're trying to reach because it's research. Who knows what you find along the way and how long it'll take.
When you wrote down maybe you can train this, do you want me to say maybe you can research this?
That would be a more accurate way of saying that. Yeah, go for that.
Understood.
Let's
Okay. And I have it written down in my little character sheet.
Of course.
Alrighty. I both do. I really want to master here. Just like two trained swordsman aspects.
You can buy lessons the next time the elder comes by.
Oh, okay. Let's see. That was a week, though. A week has since passed. And I will spend my next DTS is resting, and I hope if I'm meditating, do I still get the rest bonus?
Mhm.
Okay, sweet. Then that's my next one. Case or not case?
Unless you're like doing some crazy training.
Nah, not really. Uh, Sabalar, are you caught up? You did a
No,
week? No.
no, I have not.
Okay. What are you doing?
I'm going to do some of my energy training, part 2. I have a 10,000 limits I'm going for. So I'll be doing 14 DTS. And I'll be doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just like 5 days. I'm going to be doing 5 sandwich. So that is 3, eh? And it's all research, so an int roll for each mat. Is that how that works?
I
What
am
I'm
trying
to
to answer so many questions. What's up?
who are you talking to?
I am receiving PM messages.
From our chat?
I received a couple from Char,
Okay.
but I'm like, hey, stop. I gotta focus on stuff. But
Okay. Right, you
what is
ready?
an int?
I was asking about research. I'm wondering, do you want like an int roll for each research done, or is it just a roll in a sense, or
If
just
it's
I'm
about
doing it?
swords, you actually research with swording mixed sword swing, so weapon skill. But if
Hmm.
it's
What about energy? For example, the energy research I've been doing before.
you can do either int or perception.
Yeah, I think I'll do perception in this case.
There's multitudes of options. If it would apply, you could.
Mhm.
Since you're a swordsman, you would never use int for sword research. You would use weapon skill
Yeah,
because
just doing it. Yeah, 100%. I'm with you there.
But the sword scholar though has the choice between both.
Cool. All right, so back to this, and then that's 7 each time. This times this, which is 98 D100. And go. Okay. One, two, three, four. Okay. So perception slash R 4d4 team. So this was out of 10,000. This is 5 days. I'm also going to do /R 5D100 for eating sandwich. Cool. I don't like doing it that way because I don't get my to do it manually. That's some extra progress there. So each one of those are success. 2 are double my progress for those successes. For the 2 ones, actually quad for quad progress. It's 4 ones total. And my progress was 120 per roll. So /R 98 times 120. I've reached my progress number. And then add in 120 times. So I doubled it. That's 4, I guess. It's got a base. So then 180 added to that. Okay. So yeah, there's 5 days for me. The research progress was based off of energy from the 10 base elements, the same stuff I was doing before. This was and like, continuing my research and my energy flow. And it was focused on figuring out the wood aspect, on how to incorporate that either in my body or if it should be better into the sword. And also for energy control within myself, because of the hazard which in that other room. So yeah, my first one was 1,000 progress, and I was like, yeah, I can probably up that and find something more out of it. So I reached my second phase of my research.
You're going to require an exceptionally rare material or a really weird set of materials to utilize wood inside your body.
Okay.
It is doable. It's going to be very strange for you because you're made of unsympathetic parts that mimic sympathetic parts. A wood energy would be, or a wood element, you would still need an unsympathetic wood element, which doesn't exist, at least in theory. In practice, it probably exists because it's the path. There's crazy shit all the time.
It does exist. We have
it does.
saw somebody growing the tree.
Yeah. It's
in the
You'll need to verify if that's metal or something else. But
He
yes,
said it
that
was wood.
would be your greatest chance. If you can get a landing and get some of that wood, you would have, if it is wood element, that would be an unsympathetic wood element, which is wild. And that particular tree has been cultivating for a long time. So that would be a really high level material. You're just not sure if you can imbibe that material.
Yeah.
Or convince the Wanderer to give us some, though they might, since they're wanting us to go the space path. So.
I mean, that could be part of your,
entry
part of the
package.
ask you have, because they're wanting they want something from you, and you would accrue enough debt from them that you could redeem part of that for the branch, but that's not going to be cheap because they're very protective of their tree.
Of course. Okay. What about from magic or anything like that? Is that like, or should I just have the
No.
sword?
You don't want magic in this case because then you're highly reliant on it. If the magic goes away, your body starts to fail.
Mm.
You would need a strange set of materials that, because you can't have a sympathetic wood element in your body for long. But what if it's always on fire and always burning down and then regenerating after it's done burning?
Yeah.
But then
That
it
was the
lights on
idea.
fire again and keeps burning.
Mm.
So you would then feed off of the energy of its destruction. And then once it's fully burned, there's a rest period, and then it regenerates. But since it doesn't stay in your body and grow too long, it doesn't throw your body into heat reflux for having an improper material in your body. External upgrades you can definitely do. You have that special sword, and you can channel all of that wood element through that special sword, because you're not going to find something of that caliber better than that caliber for a while, and that can take the place of pretty much anything you need along the path until you find that thing that is better. And maybe by then you don't care. It's like, yeah, it's better, but it's not this. So you have a sufficient weapon to actually run the external Tao element. You just can't lose that sword, because that will become your... You would have to consider it as an extended part of your body.
Yeah.
So getting disarmed would have an entirely different meaning to you than any other swordsman.
So from this research, could I do my elemental infusion into my my sword for wood in that sense? Or does it have to be internal?
Yes, your sword could take the place of it, but the sword, just to make sure I got this right.
Yeah.
Sword energy needs to be clean, no elements.
Correct. Yeah,
just
that's fine.
sharpness. Okay.
Yeah.
But for you, you're just having those elements, because I know you wanted like the 4 elements you've been reaching for.
Well, like wood, fire, and then light. Those like 3 yang elements, and then the solar from like the combination of, in a sense, of fuel,
Sure.
the heat, and then the light that comes from it. To create
And then
that.
wood is a fuel.
Yeah.
You can do that, and you have the sword. It is indestructible, and your sword energies are insufficient to actually like harm it, but you can light it on fire if it's part of your body. You would just have a sword that's always on fire.
Yeah. And the second aspect is the elemental infusion positive quality. I want to pick that up. As a way to incorporate this. B, to get more magic necessaries rank up, and also to I just wanted to make sure I could do it before I hit the okay. So I wanted to research the possibility too, I suppose. And I wanted to make sure it would work. And also kind of prepare for the future, like this this aspect of the cosmic wood, like that's unsympathetic wood.
Well, if you anchored yourself to your sword, this is a point where you have to pick.
Yeah.
And once you've picked, you can't undo it. Not without a very rare resource to let you rearrange some things. So do you wait to get the unsympathetic piece of wood, or do you use your sword, or do you ask for another material that is like a eucalyptus tree? They want to burn down, and then they grow back just as fast.
Yeah.
So you got plenty of options. You could also do something crazy and get yourself a tree that naturally is on fire. It's one of those
Yeah.
super rare trees that reverses the pentagram
Mhm.
direction. So instead of wood being consumed by fire, it's wood feeding off of fire. So you got 4 options: one that
Right.
burns down, one that reverses the elemental flow, the unsympathetic wood, and an external upgrade using your penultimate wooden stick.
Yeah. My idea was just to improve my stick after that with the unsympathetic wood. Um, that was the idea.
If
Like,
that is even possible, because that is a
yeah.
sympathetic wood,
Mm.
and you know that they will not combine
Okay.
readily.
Yeah.
It would probably be some sort of like huge adventure to find not only the material but
Yeah.
the individual who's capable of it to fuse them together.
Mm. Yeah. It's an idea though.
Yeah, you got all sorts of ideas. You got all sorts of options.
Okay. Uh, does this also help with figuring out how to better condense and keep my energy in this energy research that I'm doing? Or is that something else I need to expand upon, do another, I don't know. I guess I just did 10,000 there. I don't know if I need to do more because I've kind of
Plenty.
answered the question.
How to better turn your energy?
To better keep it within myself so that the hazard within the other room doesn't grab out at it. I guess that was one of the things I was trying to learn about it as well.
You have an exceptional amount of output because that's kind of how you're doing it. Yin would, like the opposite side, the Deva,
Mhm.
would be really good at energy control. The Sava are really good at energy expulsion.
Yeah. Yeah.
So for you, this is going to be really hard.
Yeah, and one of the other things we learned last time too was the fact that my when I completed my own 1,000 was that the Deva is my Deva fated partner is taking some of my Yang Sava Yen
Mhm.
energy, and I only outputting like 40%.
Right. Which is
So
great because you're also running on turbo.
yeah,
Controlling it is going to be even harder than ever because
yeah.
of the speed energy.
So
So I'll give you this. You
yeah,
either have to have the energy go so fast that it doesn't even have the opportunity to leak out.
right.
Or you need to insulate your channels.
What about
Basically, put bumper bars on
What
your.
about a third option and strengthening my bond with other yin partners like Midnight Sai and Kunimatara? Because right now
That is an
my
option.
Deva,
You would have to really think about that
yeah,
because there's
okay,
something in your mind with that much progress that is a very intimate and very complex
yeah.
approach.
The idea, I don't think I'd be able to complete it without Kuni having her faded metal in her. I feel like that would be a hard thing to do, and I don't know about Midnight Sai yet. Um, but it's definitely something that I kind of want to work towards. And
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
but yeah, okay,
Who's to
cool.
say you can't do both? Like, have that connection because you're a fate guy. That's your thing.
Yeah,
As well as use one of the more physical choices. Um,
okay.
yeah, and these are also questions you can get answers for the next time the person comes by to
Yeah,
test
yeah,
y'all.
for sure.
One of the major things that this particular individual does is they're also a broker for rare shit.
Okay.
So next time the teacher comes by, if you guys score well, you'll get a bunch of points. You still have 9 left over from the last time.
Yep.
You might be able to buy a rare resource, or at least maybe some lessons or whatever. You're pretty sure if you survive at the end of the 6 months, you'll probably get a large down deposit of points depending on your performance against the threat.
Okay, cool.
As a note, though, to not miss out on any points, improvements do need to be made to the sanctuary for them to give you more points on the sanctuary category.
Makes sense. We got 10 from just the first level, I suppose, right?
Yep,
From
you'll get probably, based on what they said, 20 if you acquire the sanctuary level 2.
Mm-hmm. Right.
It doesn't have to be now or the next time they show up. And so on for each level. But improvements to the current sanctuary are always going to be noted.
Gotcha.
Yeah. If your sanctuary is in a worse condition than they last saw it, there's a chance you lose points too.
Right.
So it's always something to keep in mind. Opciones.
All right. I'll put a pin in my research now. I have 2,000 overflow from my research progress, so I'll
put that into the next series of research.
Yeah, exactly. I will do 2,520. I'll do that's the next one. 2,500. 180 plus 60 is 20, and then 5. So I do believe that's what that number is. But it's actually a 2, not a 1. Arch. 3. Wonderful. Okay. So that's good there. I'm gonna go check on the guys. See they're swinging their swords, blocking. I am going to
try and get that sword stage 6.
Six.
You have what you need to get through it. Did you accomplish that? It's 4,000 training.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna work towards that. Yeah,
because you had to. Because you have dancing through the sword path, the Jubilant Edge, right? And you're working towards the next one.
I'm working towards the next one. Yeah. So if that's 4,000, 0 out of 4. So for the next 2 days, first I'm gonna have a rest for downtime scene. And then for 5 DTS, I'm going to sword lane on path 6. And /R. Okay, my fatigue, I took a rest, is 0 now. I'm going to eat a sandwich. Even further beyond it. And key for extra effort for my first sandwich. And then my second sandwich of the day. Ooh, double. Nice. And that is 14D 100. And then 28. And then another 7 is 45, right? /R 45D 100. 2 1s and a 100 on my Path of the Sword stuff, so that's good. Double 1s. I like 100s on my Path of the Sword.
the trains break.
Yeah. The other aspect. And I'm using my fun my fun sword, which when breaking splits apart. So that might be interesting to learn more about that from the breakpoints. How many nines? 1 9. 1 9 slash R 1d10. Okay. Alrighty, I'm caught up to everybody now. 7 days done. That was 2 extra efforts. It's the same scene, so it's 3 fatigue, and I did slash R9, right? 3 times 5 for 5 downtime scenes, so that's 18. Training. So I didn't pass on the 100, but I did for everyone else. So that's 44. Times 30 times 4. And then plus 44 times 5 for each, plus 5 progress. And then plus 44 times plus 44. That should be it. Oh, nice. So I've reached my 4,000 mark for progress. With 1,504 extra. 4 total ones. 1 100 break.
So you're at that?
Yeah.
Okay. Remember the 1,544 is a spillover.
Yes. Oh, so it gives you both, eh? Depending on
You
which
have
one
to
you
pick
are.
one.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh,
You
so
get-
this is my choice. This is
Yep,
my
this is
path
where you
forward.
must choose definitively going forward.
Right.
Let me correct that swordsman thing because it's the same. These are its own training sword path.
Okay.
Let me repost this swordsman thing. So basically, what you get for this one is depending on if you're the scholar or the swordsman, you get plus 10 to all progress relating to the sword.
Yep.
But the swordsman gets it in training, and the sword scholar gets it towards research.
Right on.
You increase your base damage of all sorts by 1d10.
Mhm.
Which certain swordsmen can do really goofy things with extra dice on a roll. So,
well, I think the mighty sword technique already has that.
Yep, ones now grant enlightenment.
Okay.
Which is a clue plus a minor tweak or upgrade.
Right. Yep.
So the ones you rolled before, if you had this already, you would have 2 enlightenments from that.
Right.
And then you get access to this thing called the Endless Research or Training Vessel.
Okay.
So say you hit a wall and you're like, maybe I just want to swing my sword. You're not training or researching anything else. You're just swinging the damn sword in the yard because you're like, I can't imagine a day I don't wake up and do my sword swings. So I'm going to put 10,000 sword swings in this thing. It is an endless collection vessel for training or research, depending on which path. These can be redeemed, or there is hidden benchmarks, or there is a requirement check, depending on what stage of swordsmanship you're in. It will be essential going forward, and it doesn't have a limit on how many progress you can stick in it.
Okay.
So we'll see what you do with it.
So I guess my only question is that if I wanted to be a sword array master, does picking one of these two things kind of cancel that out?
No.
Is there because
Arrays
there's no
are its own teaching.
Yeah, there's no hidden choice here. It's just one or the other.
The scholar will make more efficient and better arrays.
Gotcha. I guess
The
I'm not really.
swordsman.
Yeah. No. You're. I think you're on the same page as me there. I'm not really trying to make something more efficient or whatever or better arrays. I'm more just trying to be able to utilize. So yeah, I think a swordsman of how I want to do it is probably my choice here.
Swordsman can still do arrays. Sword scholar can do arrays. They approach it differently, and the way they manifest the arrays are wildly different.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So swordsman.
But that's a discipline. You'll need a discipline master for that.
Swordsman. Final. All right. So plus 10 progress to training. Cool. And enlightenment. I will add that to my stage. 6.
Is there anything I learned from my 162,000 research?
Towards what? My goodness.
Towards learning the sound and energy movement of normal swing.
Yeah, you'll figure it out with that much. Jesus Christ, dude. It's a little weird. It pulls deep from within. You feel it should pull from your Deontin, but you haven't really you haven't really done much with it. And it's still kind of on its way to being formed. You're pretty sure if you reach Mountain Climber, your Deontian will have successfully formed. But the normal swing. It pulls from behind all of the surface energy. It's kind of strange. It pulls from the psyche, it pulls from the subconscious, it pulls from muscle memory, it pulls from instinct, and it kind of twists these together, almost into an unconscious expression. When you swing, the concept or idea, the subconscious expression of "I just will hit you," is expressed through will. So somehow through normal swing, achieving it, you've turned subconscious projection into will. A manifestation of it. Which people aren't supposed to do. They're not supposed to be able to do this. That's a profoundly high level technique. Being able to channel your will and intent into and manifest it into reality.
So if I form my sword energy out of that, it's going to be pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, you can also have it right along the channels of this blueprint. So whenever you normal swing, you can also have the sword energy follow along that path. But your sword energy also needs to be just as ingrained as normal swing, because you need all of those parts etched just as deeply for it to manifest the same way normal swing does. So one of the key essence points of this type of pinnacle power, you've just kind of figured it out. So you have kind of touched on the manifestation of will research.
Okay.
Fortunately, you don't need 100,000 research to reach that. You only need about 50,000. The rest you can throw into the research path.
Okay. So I've got like 110,000 into the research path.
Yeah.
112,000.
So again, 100,000 in, you're going to reach a bottleneck. You need more training. It's not a matter of research now. You've got all the notes arrayed, you've got all the things ready. You know exactly how many times you need to send the sword energy through your body. You need to send it through 1,000 times. Each time you sharpen it 500 times on each side. And then you need to give it a boost of energy. That'll click on your sword energy. You need to build your sword energy up enough that it becomes completely ingrained, just like normal swing. And then once it becomes just like normal swing, it also follows those same pathways and becomes an expression of will. And then you can just hit people with your will to cut them with sword energy.
So it's a pinnacle sword energy at that point.
It's profound sword energy.
Okay.
It
it's
is
going to take
it is
a while.
frightening level of realization.
Now, is it 1,000 DTA at that point?
What do you mean?
So
No,
I have to do it 1,000
you
times.
have it. You're well past that. Just training normal swing alone has cycled the energy enough through your body.
Okay, so I just need the catalyst now, basically.
Yeah, you just need to kick it on. You know exactly where the sword energy travels through you. It travels through a set of minor meridians that occasionally connect with major ones. And through those major meridians, that's how you pull that energy into a different trajectory. Otherwise, it continues to follow that loop.
Okay, then I will use a DTS, a Sword Enlightenment, and a Sword Crystal to internalize that and get it to start flowing properly.
Okay.
Let's see. And then... do you want me to make any rolls for that?
You'd spend a DTS with a nurturing crystal in meditation to kick it on. Or you can go into the yard and just swing until you accumulate enough energy.
Nah.
There's a lot of methodologies about how you go about it.
And the sword crystal. So I'll be using a Sword Enlightenment, Sword Nurturing Crystal to internalize this for DTS. Will the Sword Enlightenment get me anything further there, or is it just helping?
It can kick it on in lieu of a sword nurturing crystal.
Oh, so I can use the Sword Nurturing. Okay, then I'll just do the Sword
or
Nurturing
the Enlightenment.
Crystal. I'll use the crystal.
Okay. Welcome to Sword Energy. Woo!
Yippee.
Yippee. All right, my friend. Behold. Steps and catalysts. All right. Path of Sword Stage 1. Behold. 100 progress. Nerd.
No. And this Path of the Sword's probably quite different from Lars anyway, though.
Nope. Gonna be the same.
That's the same. Okay.
Path of the Sword is Path of the Sword.
All right.
There will be deviations later on. He is also training a unique style of the Path of the Sword. He breaks shit.
Yep.
So you won't have access to that. But this is going to be what everyone ends up getting.
Cool. So 100 progress towards training that?
No, you just need to train that.
Yep.
And it's not research. Oh!
I'm good at training too.
Yeah.
We're good at both research and training.
You're very good. Mucho progreso.
Yes. I think
Yeah.
ADTS is going to get me to...
The only thing I'm worried about for you is the bottleneck or the wall. When you hit the wall, that's the only thing I'm worried about for you because you're gonna blow through this super quick.
Yep. And then you're gonna hit this wall and be like, "Ow!" Johnny's like, "I'm good for a while, man."
Okay. Well, I'll spend 2 DTS training that with Lar, presumably, unless Lar is doing something else in the
I'm
second.
still in here. I was
You
working on my path sword stuff, so
Okay. Then we'll just be sparring, I guess. Oh, that's 2 DTS, which is 2800. Yeah. Luckily, the 100 is not a 100. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 successes of the 14 possible. That is not 1400 training. The training room gives +5.
yes.
So 5 times 4. Actually, is this a bigger number? Let me see. No. Times 10 plus 4 plus 3 times 10. 2070 progress for 2 DTS.
You need to calm the fuck down, dude.
Hey, it isn't 1400 progress per roll. It's only like 207 per roll. You've learned how to move in it.
So you definitely got stage 1, stage 2, stage 3 done there, and stage 4 done there. Which is now you're picking your energy, weapon energy. Hey, congrats! You got your sword energy. Congrats.
Yep.
Yeah, it's fucking level 4 as well. Jesus Christ. Enjoy.
You gave me my least favorite sound. That's times 10 to all the progress.
So you had three.
Okay.
So that's 350. So 850 plus the 1,000 to get to stage 4. And you said there was 2,000 progress.
2070 progress.
Yeah, it's like 250 out of 2,500.
Actually, wait, that 7 is multiplied by 10.
220.
270.
Yeah,
Sorry, the progress is a bit more. Times 10.
Well, you do the
It
math
should be
then.
2,700. So there's... I will do the math then.
Mm-hmm.
Minus 1,000. Minus 500. Minus 250. Whoops. Minus 100. So I'm 850 progress into this. The Lar of the Sword. Oh, for Lar Path of the Sword. Yep.
I went up X.
I guess I'm gonna keep training my sword energy. Or the Path of the Sword. And Poe is probably going to be joining us for this training.
Well, he's spent a DTS, and then depending on
I
what he
also
wants
spent
to
a
do,
GTS.
he can now train the sword.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Those separated meridians are, or the channels.
Mhm.
Isolate the pure energy from the muddled energy, and that's what you need.
All right. Then yeah.
Especially with your control over the flow. If you make sure to keep them separate, it'll be nice.
Then let's put on samurai headband and start training, I guess. I want to utilize my poison sword, but now I'm very concerned about sharp energy and poison as a pure and muddled combination. I'm worried he's going to get lonely.
Who's gonna your bugs?
No, my poison sword that's stuck in the training room because it can't be next to any of the other ones in the nursery.
Makes sense. Thank you, Johnny. Good catch.
Indeed. It's a cool thing, though. It's like starting your sword aura stuff. So
Yeah. So we'll just remove fumble, and then you put one of your choice in there. Good catch.
Good job.
Was that on 4?
your last one, yeah. That's when I got sword energy. Because you didn't have it before. At least I didn't have it before.
Yep. Okay. I just want to start stealing people's energy.
When you kick on your sword circuit, there's enough energy to run the circuit and keep it running, but it's not enough to manifest sword energy until now.
Okay. And that was stage 4 you got it? Okay. Weapon energy. Oh, I see right there. Gain a weapon choice of choice. Fumble.
I have to run to the bathroom very quickly. I will be right back.
Yeah, something related to your sword. Mine's a sort of failure, so I went with fumble.
Sword of Harmony.
Right? Could be anything like that.
Yep. What could be as simple as increases my chance of a 1 every hit as I'm practicing perfection. As it is less sound, and I got this off of normal swing rather than that.
Yeah, you're training along, right? Just getting that stage up. Get to stage 5.
Yeah, I'll keep training, but so for my sword energy, it's gonna be pretty much the opposite of Lars, where I increase my chance of a 1 by 1% every hit. Does that work?
Oh, increase your chance to hit by 1? Okay.
No, my chance of a 1. Like he has a 1% chance or fumble chance that he's adding, so I have a 1% increased chance of it counting as a 1 each hit.
Not each hit, no. I'd give you a +1 chance for a 1, so 2's counted as 1s.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And so on per hit.
Nope. Not per hit, no.
Okay, just a 1%.
No,
Oh,
you
okay.
can't farm 1s like that. Sorry, bud.
What would be cool though is if you want to do the opposite of mine, it's the success. So if there's someone you're fighting against, and every time you're trying to hit against them, you can't win, or you can't actually put a hit on them.
But it does get increased each time.
Chance to hit, yeah. Stacking.
Yeah.
Bonus to hit every time you swing until you hit.
Well, not quite a bonus to hit. What he has is a fumble chance. So I have a success chance increase. So if it's a 0% chance, it would go to a 1% chance with each miss instead of with each hit.
If you want to do the opposite of what I do.
But I can't really miss very well. That doesn't do much with a pinnacle skill.
Junpo has returned. I apologize for that.
Oh my gosh. Bio break. Ugh.
Is this an example of something I could increase my least favorite sounds threshold per hit? So like from 50 to 51 and so on.
Is that what you want your energy to be based off of, in a sense? So
I mean, that's how I found my energy, and also...
How does that help with your combat, though? Or maybe because you're a skull, or it's something different? Because that's kind of the path you're going for, I suppose.
Well, it does help with my combat, because that applies in combat as well. I can't hit if it's over a 50.
Right.
If I choose to roll, which I can choose not to roll as well with the normal swing, I suppose. But rolling applies a lot of good stuff. So a stacking bonus to hit is also pretty good, as that adds more damage. I think just a stacking bonus to hit every time I hit would be like a plus 10 each time.
Yeah, you can have a plus 10 to hit every time you miss.
Every time I miss? Okay. What about every time I hit?
Be interesting too. It's like, so you're stacking on the rhythm.
Yeah. It's like I found the sound
So
that I need to
basically,
hit.
you want to be the Beat Saber master.
Yep. So when I hit, I get better at hitting.
Combos. So you're
Yeah.
hitting a combo score up. So every time you hit, like, increases your overall.
Plus 5
Again,
instead of
resonant.
10.
Okay.
That's pretty cool,
Eventually, you can't miss unless you fumble.
though. But like degrees of success can, add on to that too, right? So if you have a better degree of success on something for your hit, especially after you hit them, like, I don't know, lots of times, right?
I do, in fact, have things that scale damage based on my degrees of success. So
Yep. If you miss by either rolling a 100 or a fumble, it resets.
That's fair.
Okay.
It's combo. Makes sense.
100 or
So don't miss.
sets. Does that mean rolling above a 50 also resets it?
If you miss, you miss. It resets it.
So miss. Fumble.
Yeah, it resets. You can have it be building crescendo, or whatever you want to call it.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
I was just saying, for Chun Po, there's something you should think about too. Oh, what kind of energy, what flavoring, or what kind of thing you want yours to do, because it's going to be pretty important on how you go about doing stuff, right? So
let's see.
I really need ones on that. No.
So I'm not sure if I'm at the beginning of the sword path or not. Or if there's different paths for me. Well, and sorry, I stepped away right when it was about to become my turn.
You've done training to see that you needed an upgrade.
Mm-hmm. I've chosen the swift form, but I'm not sure if I'm on a
That's
path.
A form.
Okay,
It's not a path.
Yep.
So you'll need to kick on your sword circuit. So you'll need to swing some swords.
yeah, and you got that set up because you did your evolution, right? And you took your downtime scene to do that.
Yes,
So now you
and
just gotta.
I got either. Let's see. DM in my evolution.
Mm-hmm.
Would you say I just have two separate channels and I've doubled my meridians? And they have their own thing? Or did I simply create two wires going to the same nodes?
You have two separate wires. They do go to the same nodes, but you have to, in your case, use your control over flow to make sure that they don't touch.
Understood. So, traffic management.
Traffic management. Eventually, you'll have to allow it to be expressed out of your body, which can get complicated because you have a poison body. So you might need to ask for some assistance from.
Will my desire of having gravity also create an issue here? Later down the road, I already have created a whole nother channel. That way, the two opposites can interact with each other.
You'll need to make sure that you don't put too many energies in your body and have too many separate circuits.
Yeah.
3 is really pushing it for your current self. Probably don't want to do anymore.
Yeah. very interesting combination of poison and swordsman. Because fuck. Anyways, let's see. I want to try and switch it on. Is that something that somebody would? I don't know if that's something I can just do by swinging sword more, or if a master needs to be there to. If there's a need for a guide.
Why don't you ask your homies?
Yo, homies.
So,
Yo.
I don't know how to switch this on, and I think you two have had yours switched on. I don't know if I
Oh
have to
yes.
rub sword rock together to create fire.
I used a sword rock that I created fire with. Help get the energy flowing.
Oh, well, dang, I didn't realize that was a thing.
Yeah,
in
these
your
sword
case,
nurturing crystals.
yeah, maybe just eat it, Chunbo.
I do devour things.
You do know they need to swing the sword some more because they just made the new energy circuit.
Yes, no. You're very lucky that you can utilize your circuit now from your evolution. I saw, like it's quite interesting. But Chunpo, the normal way is to hone it through conflict, right? So a fight of some kind. If you want to join us in sparring, Lyra and I were having a good time. But
All for one, free for all.
kind of like that. It was more
Sounds
watching our forms hitting the blade. You know, just fun old combat practice, training.
well, exactly. We're all fighting a 2v1 while also just trying to make sure that we win. It'll.
Something like that.
What is it? Well, okay. Out of character, For Honor, in between just the triangle fighting itself. That's how I would propose training like that.
Okay.
I think that like imagine how strong we would get if we actually just fought each other and like we're just like it's just training, but let's get good.
That's the nature of it. Like you need to hone your edge, and the only people you can hone your edge successfully against is the people in your troop. And you guys are close enough within skill ranges. Johnny being, of course, a bit ahead.
I'm
But
catching up. I
you,
haven't folded my
you have
sword energy.
people catching up very quickly, so you're all within the same power bracket. But if the moment Lar reaches the end of this sword path series, if he reaches and completes it, he will be a tier above you, and you will not gain a lot of training or research or any meaningful thing.
Yeah.
But you will give them definitely some pretty potent training.
Gotcha.
So makes us catch up pretty quick.
Makes them catch up pretty quick.
We have a lot of swords we'd have to
Especially if
go
you guys
through.
are really fighting. But once he reaches, if he completes this particular first step of the sword path, he's going to be kind of unbeatable in swordsmanship compared to people who haven't reached the same area.
Understood. He hits that decibel level.
Yeah.
Okay, decibel sounds like sound. A decibel measurement, as in the jump.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I understand. Cool. I think we do it.
Yeah. Serious combat.
I mean, yeah. We just okay. Like
Hit him with everything he's got.
the rules of like only the sword, though, right? Like that's what we're training here. So I have to train just my sword energy for a while. Not me. Yeah, sorry. For myself. Not me trying to use poison. Only using sword. Gotta catch up with sword.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I don't want to deal like 14 health state damage to you guys. I feel like that'd be a bad idea.
Yeah, let's not use poison.
Anywho, how do we want to do this?
Are we just doing a free for all?
Yeah. Just do do weapon skill or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who swings first? How are we doing initiative, I guess?
I already did 2 DTS. I think we're just throwing like weapon skills.
Okay. Cool.
Is this
Is
2
there
DPS after
difference?
your week?
Yes, this is 2 DTS. It's 3 DTS after my week because I internalized the energy and got it flowing, and then did 2 DTS of training with you.
Perfecto.
So I'm a day ahead. Well, not a day. I'm 2 DTS ahead of Poe right now, but I was doing sword training for 2 of those DTS, so you could join in on that.
Perfect. Then, yeah, I would like to join in there, and then, so 2 DTS of just weapon skill?
It could be weapon skill.
Well, we're all doing it. Or, well, never mind. I'm sorry I interrupted.
No problem. Could also be if you have something above weapon skill for your sorting, which I don't, but I can't roll or I can't succeed above a 50 anyway, so it doesn't matter what my weapon skill is right now.
Gotcha.
It's kind of a problem, but not too big of a deal.
Yeah. I mean, hey, if this is all just training via combat, we could just sit here for a really long time and do all the training things and say like this much of
See, I
the
kind of want
training
to
qualifies as this.
I kind of want to train up normal punch as well, even though it isn't specifically sword, so that I can get some more of the manifestation of will stuff going, because that presumably will also utilize that.
While I'm here, you can also benefit from group research ×4. So, are you swordsman or sword
Scholar, but I'm doing training right now.
Yes,
so,
but you could research evolving, goddamn it, me. You could utilize research in practice, and I guess is that training if it's through the body, or is it like if you want to integrate normal punch into your training routine to where it's like a combat art?
Just punching and sorting.
Can you do research and combat arts together? To where it's just like, yeah, like
I'd
you
have to
just throw
learn
a
normal
punch in there.
punch successfully before I can do that. So I'm not successfully using it yet.
We can't combo yet, but
Combo breaker. So, 2 DTS of weapon skill, I suppose, for you, Junpo.
this first one, just regular, no bonuses. What's the name?
No bonuses? Okay.
I'm not sure what my bonuses are, so at the moment, just none. Or
So ×2 on one of them, if you have any bonuses.
just like if there is anything, a +10.
Mm-hmm.
So +20, so I guess it'd be 100. Plus art 2 would be 13, and it takes 3 fatigue each. So it's 6 there. Plus art 13 d 100. Less than. If I do get the bonus, that's the 100. 13. I'm not sure. And then, like, let's see. So far, my progress that I'm getting on this has just been 22. So 13 times 22. Let's see. This is to understanding the spark I want to create, or igniting the spark. I believe that's what I'm.
Understand that. You're just trying to get your sword energy moving. So you're just swinging the sword right now.
Flowing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, with your understanding of flow, your priming an engine. You're getting the energy to run through it, and every time it runs through it, you sharpen it just a little bit. And if you do it enough, it sharpens both sides of the sword. And then it's primed and ready, and then you just need to put fuel, and it kicks on.
Understood. Let's see.
Also, welcome, Mr. John.
Hello, person. Oh, he's muted. Never mind.
Hi. I'm just going to stay muted and sleep probably. But I'm listening in turn.
Lead.
Sweet dreams.
Should I just do... Well, Lar needs to do his DTS to catch up. 2 of it.
Did
Or
you
3.
want...
3.
What?
Sorry. Because this is in regard to flow, I think it's Marshall thermodynamics. Would this apply to as a bonus to my understanding of creating the flowing energy and creating the starting engine and sharpening?
Not necessary. You know exactly what you need to do. This is the hump that most cultivators don't want to do. The hard work part. You have all the theory. You literally have the answer.
Gotcha.
And now it's like, go outside and swing 10,000 times without stopping. And you're like, that's a lot of times.
Okay, can do. Alrighty. So 13 times 22. Wait, do we have a? Should I be looking at the 0 to 2? Wait, no. Beginning of the sword path here, or not near that? Just swing 10,000 times.
You just need to swing a bunch of times. You haven't reached the sword path yet.
Okay. Then
it doesn't need to be 10,000 times. You know that you just 1,000 times would suffice.
Gotcha.
But it doesn't have to be DTA. It doesn't have to be 1,000 DTA because that would be crazy.
So far, my progress, according to the bonuses that we have and the number of my successes, is 286. So 286, whether that's my sword swings. If it is that I'm just like, that's...
If you can get to 1,000 sword swing progress, that'll be sufficient.
Sounds good.
So... Lars doing something.
Yeah, I'm doing progress for sandwich.
Sandwich! Yum, 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 yum.
Nom.
You can go ahead, jump out. It's no rush. I'm just counting numbers.
Gotcha. Sorry about that. Then, how many are you guys throwing at this? Because that was 2 there, and I'm caught up, and I have some...
I'm going to be doing another day of this.
Another day.
I'm doing a week's worth, by the way.
Oh, you'll do a week? Okay. Then
I
will
like
do a
that.
week.
How many weeks? Let's see. If we're measuring from 6 months, I can't remember how deep in we are here. I feel like, hey, that is a number that's decreasing.
We just hit our our first month, and yeah.
You want to do? Well, theoretically, do we want to do a month, or is that way too much?
I think we need to kind of micromanage this a little
Yeah.
bit. Don't
Yeah.
go too far because you kind of like need to determine things like you getting active on your sword path. Great, there's a lot of progress to get towards those things.
Yes.
But there's also going to be things like, hey, what should we do at the sanctuary? Hey, what should we like? I'm going to go to the sword vault, and when you guys are nice, 1, 2, 3, 4 ones, I see.
Sweet. Let's throw that onto my least favorite sound.
How much fatigue do you take for 144 for your week? Like, I know you have advantage. So
I
there's
took a rest in the middle of the week, which is why it's 144.
Okay.
But I take like 100 fatigue going this hard each
Okay.
chat. Yeah.
I only have 16. Let's see. The fatigue grants you 3 per 1 extra, right?
So after, is it 2 days you start accruing 1 fatigue stacking each
After 3
DTS?
consecutive DTSs.
Yeah, after 3 consecutive, then you'll start taking 1, then 2, then 3, then 4 fatigue as well.
Okay.
So you might have to rest a few more times.
Okay, so let's see. 2, then a rest. I think that's gonna have to be what I do
That
there.
is interesting, yeah.
So 2 days would be 6, and then a rest, and then, well, if I could do it every 2 days and then a rest, then every
Probably gonna have to
7th.
stop after this week and probably fold my sword energy if I get past the bottleneck in some way, which I think I can. So we'll
I mean, you can fold once you have your energy, right? It just takes a week to do so consecutively, right?
Mhm.
For you guys, you need some sort of catalyst to push you forward. That's really the next part.
I'll go to Sword
After-
Enlightenment, which might work. We'll see. Anyway, let's just start counting this. Go ahead, people. I have to go through this.
I'm doing the math on how much stuff I have to roll.
Matt, I made a mistake, by the way, so I'm still only stage 6. I did the thing that I've been telling everyone else of waveform. It only works for research, not training. So I added myself too much extra. So I'm just going back and correcting myself. So I'm gonna continue not getting to add anything extra from Path of the Sword stage 6 completion. So and then when I actually hit 6,
you're getting +5 progress from the training room itself.
yes, that's what I am. I am adding that. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Sorry.
You're fine.
You're doing some training, right?
Oh
Sorry.
yeah.
Because I am doing some writing like I always do in the
Good.
background. Have you consolidated your next catalyst?
For me or the other two?
You.
Do I need a catalyst after?
Once you use your catalyst, if you don't have another one, you have to consolidate another one.
Okay. Is that for like at stage 10 though, or is that a different stage I'm thinking of here?
No, every stage requires a catalyst. 6
Oh,
on.
okay.
But you
Okay.
have all you need to do is meditate on it. The others have to find fights.
Okay.
But you have enough fights, and you also have that cosmic realm that you can go to train.
Right. I see what you're saying. You're talking about my my win-loss ties that I've been keeping track of. Gotcha. Those are
Well,
gotcha.
whenever you fight,
Yeah, I've been
win,
keeping
tie, or
tracking.
lose,
Yeah,
that those are you can meditate
accomplishments.
on
Yeah,
those,
exactly.
and that's how you generate catalysts as a swordsman.
Gotcha.
You need one for every stage, 6 or higher.
See, that's what I was wondering. I was like, oh, is there something after that? Okay, that's I didn't know that. Okay,
Yep.
good.
But that's just meditating on your fights, and if
Mhm.
they were meaningful enough, it's not hard to generate catalysts.
Yeah.
But it does slow down progress a little bit, requiring those catalysts. But you're
Hmm.
not really making actual progress if you don't fight.
Right. Yeah. There's no. Yeah, I got that.
So I am way over the progress then. After like less than a day of what I can do without a catalyst. Is that stuff that I have in my pocket for when I get catalysts then?
No.
Okay, then I'm not doing a full week.
No. Sorry, dude.
Can you hide these rolls? That didn't happen then.
Yeah, I can hide the rules that didn't happen. It's a lot of
Cool.
ones though, but also a lot of 100s. But that's still a lot of dice.
Well, they're not real 100s, so advantage. Cool. So we'll hold that thought. I'm just going to do another day of DTS instead of a week of DTS. So I'll be 2 days into the week. Which slash roll. Three. 42 D100 then instead. Oh hey, double one.
Hey, nice. Wait, gotta count that right though. So 1,
Yeah, that's in
2,
the same
3,
spot.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it is in the same
Only one
spot.
of those
Nice.
real. Yeah.
Even
He's
better.
got double one on advantage.
Yep, you were looking for one of those.
No, I was looking for a double 100.
You already had the double ones, didn't you? Yeah,
You already got the double 100.
No,
Oh,
this is double ones.
Oh, double
uh,
ones. Oh,
Yeah.
well, that's pretty nice though. Can add another iteration to that.
okay.
So basically, the double ones, you have better data on it. Just say, hey, I have an additional, like, behold.
Yep.
More data. Pretty good.
Hey, see, I was right though. I didn't speak over you in a sense, right? It was the ones. I'm pretty sure it was the ones.
Yeah, it's the ones.
Yeah.
100 I'm still looking for. I got a double 100 with the convergence, which was
Yes,
a bit
kind of the
different.
same, kind of different. Yeah, it was more about advantage. That's the aspect there.
Yeah, I'm looking for the one with advantage, or the
I
double
guess
100 with advantage.
you could
And
do 2 rolls, and both have them be convergences in the
yeah, but that
same.
would be a double quadruple 100, which is not the same as 2 100 still.
Yeah, it'd be rough. It'd be rough.
So you're only doing 1 day now?
Yeah, because that's enough to get me to stage 5, which I can't complete without a catalyst, which I'm going to use an enlightenment, hopefully, to work as a catalyst.
But you can complete 5. You can
Oh,
fill
okay.
up 6, but you can't get 6.
Okay. 6 is when I choose my path, though, right? Sword, scholar, or sword.
Mhm.
Okay.
And then for 6, you need this. Path of Sword 6, Path of Catalyst, correct.
Matt, FYI, it was stage 5 that required the catalyst first. I never got to path. I could fill up to 5, and then I still had to get that catalyst, and then I just got 6.
I'm looking at my notes here. The clue for getting level 6 path is sword.
Oh, okay. I just I thought that's what I did, but sure.
I think did it need 5? I was checking my notes on it, and I didn't see. I do remember that you needed for sure one on 6, and you required a clue even. But maybe, yeah, we'll do that way. Hold on, just to be fair to everybody.
Yep.
All right, let's try this again.
Yeah, I was allowed to fill it up to 2,500, and then I needed that breakthrough.
Can I use a
What is
sword
this?
enlightenment as a breakthrough for this?
Not as a catalyst, no.
Not as a catalyst. So I'll have it filled up, I suppose.
Yeah.
Because I don't think I've had any meaningful sword fights. The last thing that I did for a sword fight was use a grenade launcher in a sword fight. And then punch the guy afterwards. Okay. Then I'm about as far as I can get before fighting opponents.
Yeah, that should. Oh. Go ahead. Okay, still 8. 17. Oh, there's a 100.
It just subtracts the progress you would have gained instead of give it to. That's all it does.
Yeah.
Anyway,
But
That's
I will,
basically
11.
minus. Yeah.
I will be continuing to train normal punch for the.
It's almost
for the
worse
week.
because it's like -2
Yeah.
because it cancels itself out as a roll,
Yeah,
and then
because it
subtracts
failed.
the progress from another roll.
Yeah.
So it's 10. Basically, you get 10 rolls instead of 12. That's why hundreds are pretty butts.
Okay, plus. Check myself. Okay, good. Okay. Eight. That is after the day of just swinging and trying to keep track of my fatigue on this. It's 2 days.
Yeah,
I'm,
2 days total is what I'm
I'm doing a full week's worth though.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. I'll go do the next day with fatigue. Hopefully, isn't an issue. 15. Nice. Um. So after what was it? So that's 2 full days. I'll take a rest and get rid of any fatigue. Oh, and then I get rest bonus. Fuck yeah. Lyron, what are you planning to do? Like, did you successfully? Are we still just going at it in training, or did you accomplish something?
Kind of. I didn't accomplish anything. I need a catalyst before I can
Right.
get to the next stage. I am going to continue doing martial training. It's just going to be normal punch.
Gotcha.
But that's not going to take that long
Cool.
to
Then I'll
finish
just do another
that.
day.
That I will be continuing at my research of where is that?
That puts me over. Oh, I did it. Didn't even add my bonus. Damn it.
Manifestation of will. I'm going to continue my research now that once when I finish my second pinnacle skill that I've learned, because I might be able to get some more insight from a different one.
Nice.
And once when I get enough of that, maybe I can learn like normal kick.
Yeah.
Myself.
You see, I wonder how many normals you'll get before it gets into like complicated things, like normal judo throw.
Well, I feel like that's like building
Normal
upon
throw.
the basic
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
Let's see. That is, I've swung the sword 1,000 times. Would you like me to go for 10,000?
Nope, that's plenty.
Alrighty.
You just need either a sword insight, not sword enlightenment, or some sort
Crystal?
of energy to kick it on.
Yeah.
Which we have additional sword nurturing crystals.
We might need that.
Which will take a DTS to absorb and get it flowing.
I have, let's see, use as an upgrade clue, create a branch of research. Okay. I don't believe I have anything that could actually do that. I have a martial bypass, a martial enlightenment, and a martial insight. But those are the only things that I can see that I think qualify as of this point. Do I have in this list? I don't think cultivation crystals would do anything.
Yeah, but we got the sword nurturing crystals.
Yeah, we're gonna go with that. Into DTS absorbing. Is that just one, or like did we only get one each for us, or was it like, hey, we have an abundance of these?
We do have one for each sword. I know that. And we got one for each of us. I know that. I think Casey got an extra one. Is that correct for yourself?
I got an extra 3 for myself.
Okay, an extra 3. Cool.
So,
I only got one for me. I didn't get any extra.
Because I didn't know how much it would take for me to actually get my energy going.
Right.
So.
Yeah, that's fair.
So you've got one, and then we got 1 for each sword and 2 additional from, or 3 additional from me.
Yep. I will take my 1. And let's see. This was 3 days technically on my end. 1 DTS, so 2 left in this day to make it the 4th day. What happens over this DTS? Is it very easy, or is there any like trial?
Um,
Once you inject the energy, you spend a DTS, and then poof, you have access to the first sword path.
Oh, well, awesome!
And that's it. You know, your engine's primed and ready. You put the fuel in. You make sure that the fuel is properly absorbed into the circuit, and then that the circuit is able to perpetuate itself, which takes a downtime scene of meditation, which is also a rest scene, and boom, it's ready. Because you'll notice initially you had to keep cranking the engine over and over and over, and it doesn't. The moment you stop, the circuit stops flowing. But now you've got it primed enough, and then you put an energy in it, and now it's a perpetual circulatory system for sharpness.
Nice. Alrighty. And I would start beginning the sword path, moving the edge, or
Yep, moving the edge. You need 100 progress in sword training.
100 progress in sword training. Alrighty. Training requiring a master, or can this?
No,
Okay.
you can train this just by kind of exploring what it is to swing. Because now the swinging the blade has a different meaning to you. It has a different feel to it. When you swing the blade, the energies in the new circuit respond. And if you listen to it, it is almost its own teacher.
Gotcha. And then I will listen to my teacher in ways of training and continue to swing the sword, listening to and becoming acquainted with the system and trying to understand what it's trying to teach me. And
okay. Just train.
Yep.
Not
train.
considered a teacher, but it is enough that you can train it on your own.
Rest bonus is 6 rolls.
Yep.
I quadruple progress. I only double the. Wait, no, Lyran's here. Can I? Nope. We only have double on or quadruple on the progress one because that's just the better one.
Yeah, we just have double on bonus and quadruple on progress.
Cool. 60. I mean, there you go. Let's go. 140 and. Wait. But it would only been 6. Good. Ignore that roll. That is a more Oh, good. There's one.
There you go. Good job.
Yeah, that's a more accurate description of what I get.
Giving ones on Path of the Sword are good, I do believe. I know 100s for me were interesting as well. So
Well, it didn't do anything for me this time.
yeah, you didn't talk about it, did you? Yeah.
Did my double one with advantage do anything for Path of the Sword?
What would you do with it if it did?
Maybe improve the bonus from my sword energy a bit. I don't know exactly what Lar ended up doing with it.
Well, double one would not touch upon that energy. The only thing you could benefit from would be your perfect swing. But you can't manifest that until you're in zone 2. So go ahead and make a note that you had rolled a double one while swinging a sword, which means you swung the sword perfectly, no matter what. And that was pleasant.
Actually, can that open up a research path to the opposite of my least favorite sound then? Which would be the perfect sound?
Yeah, if you like.
Okay.
Is it the perfect sound or is it your favorite sound?
That's a good question.
Enough to know.
Yeah, I suppose it would probably be my favorite sound if it's the opposite of that. Sounds so nice with the sword swing.
If it's perfect, it
Which
will
might
never
be.
improve, right?
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, so my favorite sound. And hopefully that will help mitigate some of the downsides of my least favorite sound.
Negative progress now because it's your perfect one. It's the opposite of your least favorite sound.
Sound. What sort of progress do I want to tag to this? And that's something I could train for the rest of the week instead of just the sword path of the sword at that point. But will I only get progress on this for ones? Is the better question. Mr. DM, is this something that I'd only be able to progress with ones?
Which one?
My favorite sound research path?
Double ones.
Double ones. So, like, it's one progress of, like, 10, I would say?
Yes,
maybe?
1 of 10.
Okay.
I'm not going to add a huge bar.
Yeah.
You can add the current double ones that you have, so you have 2 progress out of 10.
Oh, yeah, it'd be 2 of 10.
Yeah, so you have 2 out of 10. This will give you a pretty profound insight yet again.
Yeah, if it ever happens.
It will.
I guess I do roll a lot.
That's the crazy part. Eventually, you'll reach that point and be like, Do note that at 5, you'll reach the midway point, which will provide you with something you can train off of. But 10 is where you really want to reach.
10 is the best part there. The good stuff.
The good stuff.
I want to make sure, does stage 1 to stage 2 go 100 to 250?
It's an additional 250 progress, so 350 in a sense.
My 16 progress my 16 successes granted 352.
So that would be to stage 2, yeah.
Yeah.
And then 2 into stage 3. If you scroll up the chat, you can get those, or I can send them to you again.
I can copy and paste this via Gucci.
You might have to go into chat entries.
Yeah. I'm copying and pasting right now, but I am listening and kind of reading and Okay, we definitely need another indent there.
What's everyone's progress looking like for the week? What are we at?
I'm 2 days in.
Okay.
I am 3 or 4 now.
Okay.
Because I did 2, and then I had to do another day, and then I believe this is another day. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be doing another 3 DTS, except this is for normal punch to try to get that complete so I can start training the manifestation of will more. Because I'm guessing if I learn another pinnacle skill, I can put more into that as well. So that would be a different facet of that.
And did your least favorite sound affect that as well?
Yes,
your
it does. I did
Okay.
modify my least favorite sound to modify or to apply to
Other things.
movement mechanics, and yeah.
Yeah.
So it doesn't apply to everything, but basically anything martial it does.
Gotcha. Also, Casey, couldn't you just pick up perfect practice makes perfect to for every one you get double anyway? Or does it have to be
It's a bit different
advantage
though,
rolls?
because it's
Yeah.
the advantage rolls.
Okay, so it has to be advantage rolls.
Yeah. Same issue was with the collecting data for the 2 100s.
I suppose if you wanted to improve after that, you could get your perfect practice makes perfect, and then when you have advantage with a double one, it's a double one because it's perfect practice makes perfect, which gives you an additional one. Something to think about.
14 times 270.
Restroom, BRB.
Okay. I have completed normal punch.
Crazy.
Yes. Well, it was pretty close. It was at 7,600 of 10,000.
Wow.
Yeah, I just never got around to finishing it.
Normal punch.
Yep.
Congrats.
Yeah. And then that is an overflow. 7.5. So 3,786 more research on.
Nice.
Wait. No, that's. Wait. What? Yeah. On the manifestation of will training, which I'm guessing having learned normal punch might help me get more insight on that.
On which thing?
The manifestation of will research that was at 100,000. Okay. Does that bring the max to 200,000 for that?
Sure.
Okay.
I returned.
Reverse engineer this stuff. Go the opposite direction most people go with the pinnacle skills, I guess, of learning them first and then figuring out how they work.
Hell, not just opposite direction, go opposite dimension. See if you can find a whole nother one.
Well, see, if I learn how they work, then I can learn other ones, probably.
Interesting.
This would help with other stuff too, presumably. With
who needs? Do I need to catch up? Who needs to be? Are we still
I'm
at the
another
week?
day in, so
Okay.
Lars at the end of the week.
Yeah.
Understand or understood.
But now that I've learned normal punch, I can do normal things better.
Yes, you have your thing.
Yes, my thing.
I'm typing a whole bunch of stuff, so let me know if you need something.
I'm good at the moment. I think Poe needs to make some rolls, and then I'll figure out what I'm doing from there.
I'm reading Path of the Sword and catching up to where I am. Let's see. The Moving Edge. Is the Moving Edge stage 2, or is stage 2 the Unwavering Edge?
Stage 2 is the treading the sword path, the unwavering edge. Yeah.
Okay. And I'm keeping it.
They need 500 for stage 6.
Gotcha. And one day, well, successes. Not two. Fuck. Double 11s, though. Interesting.
You feel an icy swirl around you, some distance area. It's kind of that's what you feel like after you roll those two 11s in a row.
Does that have significance to fate bonds?
No, it doesn't.
Oh, my bad. Wow. Why is it icy?
It's cold as ice. What are you willing to sacrifice?
Okay, so it'd be 13 successes in total. 90s in that last roll, damn. 13 times 22. 6. Roll up. Okay. We can go 2 days without fatigue. And then I start suffering fatigue. So just go ahead and do it again. Oh, without the rest bonus because I didn't rest. So 18. 13 successes. That's stage 3. And okay. I believe I've caught up to Savalar as I just spent. I believe this is the end of the week, or it's maybe one more day. I had 4 days, and then I just spent 2 for one more day. Yeah, I'll just go ahead.
So I've spent 2 days into this next week.
2 days into like the past the end of this week, or just
so
2
I've spent
days?
1 week, which we all had spent, and then I've spent 2 days. Otherwise,
okay, I'm almost to the end of. I believe I'm at either this is the beginning of the next week, or I have 1 more day. I think I have 1 more day. Looking at the math.
Okay.
And if I don't want to incur fatigue, let's take a rest. Knock this down to, it would be 12, which would make, if I sleep for DTS, then I only have 6, and then I have another 6, but then that would be the end of the day. So 6 at 140. Bam. And 6 at 80.
Well, you folded your sword energy before reaching stage 5, though, right, Laura?
You can. I'm sure there's no reason not to, but I did get past stage 5 before I folded my energy. Just FYI.
Okay. Well,
but I don't think it's a requirement to be at a certain stage. You just need the energy. That's all.
Yeah, but it does affect how useful the folding is, I think.
Okay. I never heard anything different.
Did you? Well, you did. Folding the energy is not great until you get the impurities out.
Okay.
I believe I am at the end of the week. That is a whole nother day, and wabam.
Bam. Nice.
I did fold after I reinforced my sword reservoir, though, if that makes any difference, and it became sharper.
Yep. With the new information you did get, though, if as long as you do something while during the fold, like use it to make something sharper, enhance the quality of the energy, or get rid of some impurities, you're good to go. But if you just fold it and do nothing with it, all you do is fold the impurities back into the blade, making it harder to extract them. You then need to let it settle so that the fold completely mixes itself with the energy again. So you don't want to continually fold one after another because you want to let the energy settle, because otherwise it creates unsettled layers.
Yeah.
And you don't want that.
Well, I think If I pass my sword energy through the Taiji circle, that might help get some of the impurities out while I fold it.
You're good.
But I already have pretty pure sword energy given the source, I think, but I'm not sure. Hmm. There was something else I wanted to do though during this time. I guess I'll just keep working on the manifestation of will research, which I can get a ton of real fast. Get that up to its next maximum. Did I get anything for the first 100,000 of that, by the way?
Which 1,000?
The manifestation of will that I got from manifesting my sword energy.
A concept that you are not ever going to be able to utilize until later. And the only way you're able to manifest it at all is through the normal punch and normal swing.
Normal swing. Okay.
You know the pathways, the pieces connected to will manifestation. But that's a concept so far up there that even if you have this in your hand going, look, oh my God, I've solved something or figured out something really incredible.
I can't utilize it in any.
You can't utilize it.
capacity.
Not even close. You're still a colored rank. You're doing something that's probably above a mountain climber rank.
Okay. So not worth pursuing further is what I've determined with the 100,000 at the moment.
But as a scholar, that once you've completed the sword path, the first sword path, that could be a huge leverage point that you can apply towards future sword scholarliness. Because knowing that is really helpful. You just have to reach a point in which you can utilize it in a meaningful capacity. But right now, it just sits like a brick of lead. You're like, one day, I'll turn you to gold. One day.
I can finish up my last mathematics chant. I had started learning that, so I probably know how to practice it. And that just is one, 3 devastating I'm taking per DTS at that point, which is doable. Mathematics chant 4 sounds good, though. Is that energy, by the way? Is that something that the sword would help? Well, I guess it doesn't help with training anyway, so it doesn't matter. Moot point. Though if I'm training a mathematics chant, it's probably not great to be training with other people right now.
Probably not, because the mathematics chant doesn't discriminate.
So just be devastating to everybody around me as well?
Pretty much.
While training it? Okay. Oh, I should just start training it in the middle of combat next time then. Not super helpful there, but because I've hit a wall without fighting people for sword training then.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm taking so much time trying to figure out what to do, but
fine.
It's always the hardest thing. The next step, Casey.
Well, I had a few next steps. I could continue learning the movement mechanic rank that I'm on, which gives me a couple of things. Gives me a lot of things, actually. I can get some more waveform Qigong from that, which would be helpful. Ish. I could try to learn how to parry better. Defenses was a thing that the sword was, or yeah, the Elder Sword was not very happy with us about.
Basic parry.
Normal parry.
Yes, normal. Right.
I think I need my master for that. So we could make a sword effigy for my master. See if they can start
I got
teaching
a
me.
100
normal-
influence I can throw in that sword.
I've got
if you'd
20.
like.
I will throw 20 influence into the sword, and how do we make it an effigy for my master? Oh, I'll put V's Walkman into that, since that is one of his training devices.
Yeah.
Into the
You
sword
won't be able to
effigy.
use it though, because you put it in the sword.
Yeah, but it's to communicate with my master.
Sure.
That's the idea. Yeah. I haven't used the Walkman for a while, and I think a good use would be able to communicate with V. Even though I guess I can technically communicate with him right now, I don't think I'm supposed to communicate with him that way.
So what's the effigy called then? What's its name?
What's his name?
What's the sword's name?
Yeah.
Master of the Singularity.
So is it just for V?
Could be if. Do we want one specifically for each person? Because I feel like that would be more helpful information or more ability for them to reach out if it's specifically for one person, as opposed to just for the master. Like
Okay.
a
Sure.
way to communicate with all the masters. I know that you want to communicate with duality as well. And I will use 20 of my influence for that, as opposed to using your influence, so it actually connects to my master better, I would hope. So yeah, the Walkman, 20 influence, and what would be another good way to connect him? There's not a specific sound that...
What's a characteristic that you learned from your master?
Willpower, I suppose.
You could throw some of your will in.
Yeah, and I guess 20 of my willpower I will throw into, which is all above 100.
Okay.
All right.
And I guess 20 of my perception, which is also above 100.
All right. So I will add that to one of our nerds.
Sword
Okay.
name, Master of the Singularity.
Yeah. Could you put that in chat so I could copy paste it onto the sword?
Okay.
And could you point at the one that you wanted?
This one.
Aaron, I
That one?
think you created a better gravity sword than I did already.
It isn't actually gravity.
Well, I mean
Okay.
that is like a black hole singularity, but singularity.
It's like a singularity of truth, I guess, for the
A
truth faction.
cassette tape track also appears inside a cassette tape player in where the palm, like a gemstone would be right in between the pommel and the crossguard. And then you hear a click, and the cassette starts to spin. Yes, what is it, disciple? Click,
Master?
as it stops playing.
I have learned both normal punch and normal swing. Is there a normal technique for defense?
Click. Normal parry or normal dodge.
Normal
Do
parry.
note that you only have a specific amount of room within your very limited vessel to have these. These are profound teachings. They are not something you pick up on the side of the road. Click.
I understand that, Master, but I think I'll go with normal parry then.
Click. Very well. Proceed. It is not the worst thing you could pick up, and maybe you might be able to block something for once. Click.
I love it because he's pretty much already knows what you're gonna say.
Yeah, it's actually just
It's
a recording.
actionalized. Yeah, right.
Fast
So it's
forward, it
very,
goes to a
it's very
conversation I'm gonna have later.
Like that Doctor Who episode
fitting.
with the Centurion.
Very well. How shall we start this instruction? Shall I take you to the training room?
Click. So be it. I will teach the lesson once, and it is up to your capabilities to remember it. Click.
Okay. I will take both the waveform sword and the Master of Singularity to the training room.
And I'll give you control over both, as I probably should. Mr. Casey and Mr. Casey. Mr. Powell also has control of that one.
Yes.
Mr.
How do my sword react with new swords in training room?
It starts to impose a negative influence, and then the predominant sword's like, knock it off, I'm the best sword here. Shush, you. And then the singularity sword goes, click. I wouldn't do that if I were you, little sword. I can slay you from here with such a weak effigy. It may destroy it, but you will be destroyed too. Contain yourself. Click. And the sword's like, okay, fine. Mom and Dad came in, they're like, I'll beat you up.
Okay.
No one can beat up.
Okay. So I need probably... Is that a full DTS to have imbued this sword?
Mhm.
Okay. So I am
As per the use.
2 days and a DTS into this week. And I shall, I guess, do a DTS of observation for this lesson, which would be awareness. Okay. So
What's your int?
my int is 137.
Alright, it'll be sufficient to not forget the lesson or parts of it, which will unlock your
Training ability.
training. The downside is the maximum you can put in to this particular normal parry at a time is 1,000.
Okay, Wait, so per DTS or per
training?
DTA?
Yep. And since you've already picked up 2 normal techniques already, this one's 30,000 because it goes up by 10 every time you pick up a new technique.
So it takes 30,000 to complete.
Parry, yes.
0 out of 30,000. And so is that 1,000 progress per DTS then that it's maxed at? Or
Well, no,
DTA?
per attempt to train it. You got to go do something else, then you can come back.
Oh, got it.
Just let your mind sink in of what you're doing.
Makes sense.
Absorb.
Cool. Then I guess, so that's 2 DTS of day 3. So the third DTS of day 3 shall be some parrying. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is 1,000 progress. Well, more than 1,000, but is 1,000 progress. Cool. Actually, now that it's another pinnacle skill I'm training, does the manifestation of will increase that limit of the amount of training I can do per training session? So I can't utilize it much otherwise, but this is a specific case that I would be utilizing it.
That's fair. You can go up to 3,000 per
3,000.
training session.
Okay, so that's 5 times 270. So I can do one more DTS there, which would be 3 days and a DTS. Seven. 12 times 2. So I'm at 3,000, and then I have to find something else to do. Which, I mean, a rest, I'm guessing, doesn't count. I have to be training something else between that and this. Or does a rest count as enough of a break to continue training it afterwards?
The full DPS rest would be sufficient.
Okay. Then I will take another DTS of rest, which is 3 days and 2 DTS. And then we'll continue with 2 DTS and a rest for the remaining 1 DTS and 3 days. So 3 times. So I get 6 DTS of effective training here. 6 times 14. Here's my 84 rolls. And then I'll be caught up at the week. One, two. Okay, I am caught up now.
Sabala.
Yeah, I'll do my mighty neat rolls. I think I have that right. No. Nice. Alrighty, so I'm gonna try and complete my stage 6 requirement, stage 7 requirement, sorry. And let's see how long that takes. So 21 is 966. So 42 is that. So it's going to take 3 days. 66 or 63. Yeah, it's going to take 63. No, it's going to take more than that. But I think the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go have a rest.
Yep.
I have fucked up. There we go.
Yeah, don't fuck up. Yeah, and yeah,
I
don't, yeah,
clicked the outline of the purple where I was, and so 1 DTS rest, and then I come back, and then swing the sword. Look at my sword. My sword is amazing. Slash R63D. No, I think the first thing we're do is we're gonna. So this is zeroed out. New scene. 290 plus 299. So that's 60. And then one more. Perfect. $3025 plus so another one Cool. That should do it. So that's 3086 plus. Yeah. Okay. That reaches 4,000. Perfect. So slash R 63D 100. There's 9. Okay. So 2 double ones. I complete my progress for 4 and 63 is 3 days plus a downtime scene. So 3 days, 2 DTS left, and I'll stop on that for now. Because I think the next DTS I would be doing is a meditation to go to the next stage. But we can do that at a different time because someone else can go now.
When I hit stage 5 of Path of the Sword, I have to make a choice?
So you can fill up stage 5 right now, but we need a catalyst in order to break
But
through
4,
that, basically.
William. 4 is
Yes.
you're choosing your sword energy and what it does.
Gotcha. Oh, okay.
So for context, I picked something very simple, Fumble. It's a mechanic Matt already has. It's from the Path of the 4 Elements. Pretty much what it does is if I hit somebody, they now share failure in a sense, or it amplifies their own failures, and it has like a ticking time bomb for every time they do something while it's hit. They have a fumble chance, and if they roll 100, it's extra spicy. Casey, do you want to tell yours?
Mine is also very simple. I called it Resonance. Every time I hit something, I get a +5 bonus to hit that stacks, and I lose the +5 stacking bonus every time I miss.
Or fumble, in a sense, yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Alrighty.
Think of your Tao and your sword, and what you want to do with your sword and your Tao. Just think of those concepts, and then be like, "Hey, can I do this?" Or "Hey, can I do this?" Kind of. That's what I suggest, at least.
Gotcha. Possibly by the end of this day, I might have stage 4 completed, and
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure what type of in between fumble and resonance. I don't know where that list would be of possibilities, or it's just make one.
Honestly, this is your narrative option to make something. I just chose something simple because it resonated with me.
Hmm.
At least I chose something that was already there because of that. But like you can, I don't know, you could look at Matt's quality list. You can pick something that's kind of like that, but you can modify it in a way, I guess. Or
This would also be your first opportunity to start building the foundation and framework to combine your pure sword energy with poison.
yeah, like the vessel that contains the droplets of your doom. Like anything really.
Now, you do know it needs to be pure. Your keystone poison is 1,000 times impure. So this would allow you to apply one strain of pure poison or venom to a hit. Just one. The 9 delusions and 5 grandeurs, that's not a pure poison. That is 9 and 5 levels of impurity, but it mixes in such a way that it is pure, but not for the stage you're looking for.
Moon Yin Venom.
Moon Yin Venom, yes, that would be a pure venom. You also can imbue.
That's the one.
Well, here's the thing: you don't have to pick one and stick with it. This would be your opportunity to combine your pure sword aura with a single poison when you swing.
Alrighty.
So if you're like, pure yin venom is not working on this yin cultivator, in fact it makes them stronger, let's I'm going to apply the poison from the low tier itchy. I'm going to apply it itchy when I hit you. And you're like, ha, why is it itchy? You're like,
you're itchy.
Itch. No.
I put capsaicin in my blade. Why? Because you'll taste it through your sword cuts.
That conversation. What do you do? Oh, I just have, cyanide in my blood. What the yeah, that way I can deliver it to you.
I have this sharp thing. I'm going to cut you with this sharp thing and give you the bad no-no touch. But this would be your first opportunity to lay the foundation for your poison swordsmanship going forward. You can also just do something silly with it and be like, you know what, fuck that, I'll build that later. I'm going to put Devastating on my blade. Or I'm going to put Toxic on it, and it's going to be a really high number, depending on the number of toxins I got by a certain ratio.
Yeah, right.
I mean, can I get Toxic 1000?
You can have Toxic 1000. That's your keystone. Problem is, can you hit somebody with it?
You only need to do it once.
Only ever need one good roll, and if I play it with what's it? I block with my face, then it's just okay. Well, let's see who can end the other one faster.
Think of the 3 archetypes. You're going to be a swordsman, right? So, do you want yourself to not be able to miss? Like you were kind of saying that originally, like you want to be, they can't evade my blade, and then it just takes one to hit them, kind of deal. Like, is it that kind of thing, or is it more of the?
I still think it's that, and I do want to go ahead and use swordsman and one. There's I can apply one poison to create a pure poison effect. And even if it is just the itchy one, you get a small scratch and then you're bugged for the rest of the time. Oh, I could be so aggravating.
Dude, I know what true itchiness is like because I had, about a year ago, I had a huge outbreak.
And
couldn't
do anything?
Well, it got worse because apparently I'm allergic to sulfates, and they gave me doxycycline to fix it. So it made it worse. And it gave me eczema afterwards. I cannot tell you the suffering of what it's to be that itchy. So yes, I say it in jest, but also not in jest. Because if you make somebody itchy, they may just quit and run away. Like, I don't want to fucking deal with this guy. I'm itchy. Can't concentrate, asshole. But yeah, if you want, you could do dosage, pure dosage, as your feature. You may apply one pure poison or venom or toxin to your sword cuts that you have ingested and conquered.
Yeah. It's like Omni too, right? So you don't have to just you can choose when you're doing the swing after you hit them, right, Matt?
Yep. You can literally choose as you hit them when a damage is being assigned. You can be like, it's this one.
Oh.
Also, if they successfully parry, you can be like, It was actually this one all along. What does that do? My poison has failing. You shouldn't have parried. Fuck.
Nice.
Yeah, just call it dosage.
Dosage
That'll be
it
your
is.
feature.
Let's see.
It also means when you cut a bitch and you just apply pure yin poison, most people don't. They're not able to handle such a very aggressive and lethal pure energy. So it's like getting bit every time you cut somebody. So don't use that when you're practicing with your homies, because if you cut them with that, we're gonna see if they live.
Understood.
Especially poor Lar, if he gets cut with that, his tenacious flame is like shit.
I do
Fight it
have
off!
something that would help. It's the go piece that would be able to suck out the yin.
That would be actually, yeah. The go piece could eventually leech it out of you, but you'd have to
Deal with the consequences as it's happening.
it's just like that way, directing the poison, go that way, and it's like I don't want to.
I don't feel like it.
Yeah, leave me alone.
So, Savalar, how many days have you spent when you got back? How many days do I have to catch up to you?
I have 3 days, 2 downtime scenes left, so I've done 3 total.
3.
Plus a day. Or DTS, sorry.
1, not 2.
I rested and did a thing, so I don't have to worry about fatigue. That was the end of that day, so I have a fresh day. /R less than 80. 17 successes. At 22. Pretty sure this. Yeah, that passes over. $500 for stage 4.
Nice. Congratulations on your sword energy, Savalar will say.
And stage 5 is 1,000, right?
Something like that.
Gotcha. We're on the path.
No. You're hold on. Stage 4 is 1,000.
Whoa. Hold my. Oh, bugger. I probably did stage 3 twice with my copy and paste.
Yep, stage
Sword
3 is
Brother.
500,000 for 4, 2,500 for 5.
Okay. Never
You also need
mind.
a
We're
sword
at
catalyst for 5.
We're scratching that out. This is this number. And make sure that's actually 1,000. Yes. And we're still at stage 4. And we're not there yet. However, we're getting there. So that's day 1. Day 2. Another 16, which should be that much. No. Yes. And that's enough. Yeah. Okay. So do this right now. There we go. And I'm just gonna write it unlocked dosage on stage 4.
Yeah, just write down like what it does. Like you can choose to apply one of your poisons and when you're doing your swing.
One poison to apply 1 poison of choice.
Before or after the swing? Because the mat just literally gave you the out of, hey, They did something. They've done a defense. Oh, but I meant to do this poison.
Would you want to word that as like a, hey, you pass a perception test to see that they're actively changing, and that way you can just like mid-combat, like, okay, I'm switching this, like changing rock, paper, scissors almost mid, hey, they're going rock.
I don't think you need a perception test. It's just your energy.
Okay.
I feel like you're making it too complicated that way. Though, to be fair, I do make Matt do a roll, so it's not like it's completely a bad ask. But I just feel like you don't need to in the first place.
Yes, Mr. Poe, get your sword energy.
I'm just waiting for Lyron to like hit somebody 1,000 times. And it's like, oh yes, I have a 500 plus bonus. It's my
Alright. So, also, you guys know how close we are to month 6 or the 6 months, because you guys, it took you a while to set things up. So it's
so when we got to the last, it was 1 month.
Mhm.
So anything after this is in. And also, you gave us there was 6 months until, and that wasn't in the beginning of the month. That was like I think 2 weeks in, 2 or 3 weeks in. So
we're,
yeah. Well,
I
it's
believe we're a month and
6
2 weeks
months
in.
from your isolation. The moment you started in the isolation chamber, it's 6 months.
Okay, that's fine. Then there's 5 months remaining.
Plus, however many
Plus
weeks you've chewed into.
the 2 weeks. Yeah.
5 months. Well, so 4.5 we have left.
What do you mean by 1 month 2? Or are we 1 month in and 2 weeks in?
Correct. One
Okay.
month plus 2 weeks. Yeah.
Well, let me do my 3rd week. Or I guess I need to catch up with you guys now.
Yeah. I'm going to, because I misread as well. I'm 4,000 out of 7,000, so I'm going to work on my next 3,000 for myself.
And you're a week ahead right now, though, right? To me, not to Will.
I'm 3 weeks in a day and a downtime scene. Sorry, 3 days in a downtime scene ahead of you, not 3 weeks.
Okay. Oh, so you've only done half of the 3rd week.
Correct. Yeah, I have 3 days, 2 downtime scenes
Okay.
left.
Well, I'm going to do a week, which is every 3rd DTS, so that's 2 times 7 times 14. 196. Which also means that I can re-roll things if I need to. Actually, no, I can't because this is parry that I'm practicing. Blah. There's a bunch of ones.
1, 2, 3.
Three ones.
And ended with a 3, 3, 3.
Huh.
Yes, make your rolls. Roll!
I'm almost done with normal parry. Does take a whole lot longer when I have to wait between CTSs. $27,570. So one more training session. Then I hopefully will be able to parry that person's thing. The downside of normal parry versus normal dodge is I suppose it is still a parry and not avoiding the attack.
I'm going to finish off my week.
Ow.
So Matt, I got 2 sword enlightenments, but they're double ones. So would that be 4 sword enlightenments?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Doubles are special for you, or?
Perfect practice makes perfect.
I'm gonna double check.
Whenever I roll 1, it counts as an additional 1.
Yeah, you too.
All right. I think it's just you, Chun Po.
Alrighty. That was 2 days in. We're going for the whole week here.
Yep. I finished my full week. I'm going to be doing a rest at the beginning of my next week because I'm pretty full on fatigue.
Same. I take a rest. There's 6 for 6 of them, and there's the other 6. So there's regular there. Should just be 220 plus. Okay. This might take me a while, but that was 2 days. Took the rest. Bam, finished that day, and now 2 more days, so 18s. I don't know. And again, for another day.
Are you not getting an extra downtime action per scene?
I was going off of, hey, no, I haven't been, because I thought that was going to cost me more fatigue.
It is going to cost you more fatigue. If you don't want to get extra fatigue, that's a fine way to do it. I was just curious.
Yeah, it's more of, the math is going to get even harder for me. Right now, this system seems to work, and I'm just not taking a bit extra. Something. And okay, that's the end of the week for me.
Okay. Well, I want to finish this off with 2 DTS for
Hell yeah.
4 to hopefully get normal parry done. Another one.
Another one.
Actually, hold on. I didn't roll the other D4s for weapon skill there. So that's
Yeah,
4D4
I reminded myself earlier, and I got myself not bad.
7. Yeah. Okay. 3, 4, 12. And that finishes off normal parry. Sweet.
Fucking A.
Fucking A. I like being able to say I parry.
So that means you're caught up, right?
Yeah, I'm 3 weeks and 2 DTS in.
So you have that 2 DTS extra. Okay.
Yes.
I'm spending my 1 DTS on the 3rd week of sleeping, and I'm going to do the first mighty meat. Okay. What's your guys' plans for the week? 'Cause I'm going to be doing some. I'm going to be doing some meditation. And I was also thinking about doing some influence training to give some influence to the swords.
I'm at 0 influence, so I should probably also do some influence training, but
I have been avoiding the consuming or processing the poison that I ate.
oh, to get tribulations. I guess you could do that, and we could do your tribulations.
Well, yeah, but we
Or
could
will that...
also get to stage 5 on this. I think that might be...
Oh yeah, stage 5 for your sword training. Good idea. 100%. I do want to continue training something, so I have chances at double ones, which I mean, very unlikely still. But
You just need an ability that allows you to move ones around in a downtime montage.
Yeah. I don't have merit at the moment though, so
Yeah.
Let's see. So this would be into week 3?
Yeah.
Okay. Are we just agreeing 4 weeks is a month?
Correct.
Cool.
I guess I could continue my movement mechanics training.
The beginning of this sleep, and then so 6 and 6.
Because that's not applying devastating. That's just like a negative 100 or something, which is a bunch of progress.
Oh, Savalair will tell you guys if you're having trouble with forming your catalyst for your sword, maybe the sword is a lie. Might be one way to find your breakthrough. It's also going to be more along the lines of fighting as well, and finding combatants to fight, I guess. But that was the one thing I learned from student master. They gave me that knowledge, and it's been quite helpful so far. So just a thought.
Well, I don't really have any real experience sword fighting, at least opponents. So I don't know what I would be able to internalize from that.
I'm not entirely sure what you meant by the sword is a lie aspect of trying to. And what was it you said we might suffer?
Getting past your catalysts. I don't think did I say suffer?
No, you didn't. I put the next best word that I could think of in there.
More of a roadblock is what I was trying to say. Your roadblock for the catalyst.
At this point, I guess I could just practice my waveform sword and my magical girl transformation and try to get them to synergize better. Whilst practicing the new techniques that I.
When Matt said it, it was about this the tier of the relic, right? So your magic girl was tier 5, and your sword is only tier 1, but you could work towards it.
Mm-hmm.
If I remember correctly. It's a little vague.
Let's see. That's 1, 2, 3 days. Is it every downtime scene past 2 days it starts to drain on you? And it's like, is it 1 per day or 1 per DTS? And like 1, then 2, then 3 per DTS?
Yeah, it's the same formula. So you get 3.
Okay, so that could be
DTS
6.
hitting after any DTS after plus enough. Per extra DTS.
Okay. Then I believe I need to get back to the 6 ones. And this would just be 12. Yeah, so I can get 1, 2, and then 1 of these.
There's also things you can do with your merit. Like I think Casey and I both doubled one of our I doubled my willpower for fatigue. You know what I mean? Like that bonus. You can find a way to give yourself more fatigue that way. Casey went hardcore and he chose the Tessargonian. Yeah, right.
Doubled my
Chose
fatigue.
that pool, which doubled that, which is awesome because anything like, for example, if he doubled one of his willpower toughness bonuses, that would also times 2 as well. You know what I mean? Like that's right. So there's lots of ways you can increase your fatigue, and if that's what's holding you back, maybe you could do something to train that, or do some research towards it, or like look at your tree body, like how they don't really care about fatigue that much. Like you could figure out something to do with that, or but you're a swordsman. You want to be a swordsman. You got to swing your sword.
Yeah. And for let's see. So far, the system I have right now is working. That is 1, 2, 3 days. This is beginning of day 4. 6, 80, 10, 220, 2130. That's, let's see, that's 1, 2, 3, 4th day, 5th day, 14. I believe that'll do it. Son of a, okay. Just shy. And then I do 1 in the morning. Or no. I spend a reroll. That I
From
think
the 97. Nice.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh.
It's better. Why don't you just use your key? You can use your key to give yourself a bonus.
Yeah.
Or you could use your Night Fighter to get yourself another roll for a weapon swing or something.
Yeah, we'll just spend with some key. Let's see. There's an 81 there. There's an 82 there, and I'll make both of those
4
successes.
Yeah. There you
And
go.
I'll add 44. Still not quite enough. And then so 81, 82. Let's see. I can do up to 5. Or no, I can do as many as I have, and it's 5 per. That'll give me 2 more. Plus 44 more. There we go. Just enough. And I spent 1, 2, 6, and I spent 10 key over 4 rolls. And now I'm there at stage 5. And that should be, that ends 1 more day, which 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 days.
Okay. Well, then I have a DTS in 4 days to catch up there, which I will spend cultivating by singing to my sword and hopefully have it also grow in that time as well. Does that work, Matt?
Want to do what? With who?
I would like to sing to my sword to cultivate myself and my sword.
Sure, yeah. He's like,
Okay.
yeah, break it down.
I don't know if this was said, but we said we were going to do it. I don't know if anyone actually took the time, but we were going to give each one of the swords one of the crystals, right? Is that still in play?
We haven't done that yet, yeah.
Okay, no one's
At
really.
the end of my cultivating here, I will be giving one to my sword. So I'll give it to it once when I Give me a second. Wait, what? Oh, it's not doubled there. That's why. Okay, it's like that seems like the wrong number.
I don't have as good of an understanding of what stage 5 does.
What do you mean?
So stage 5, stalking the sword path, the desiring edge, or is it a different one?
That's 4.
Okay, I don't have stage 5 then of what it actually does.
We don't
Yeah,
have it
you don't
yet.
have it yet.
Oh, okay.
Because you need a catalyst. Even if
Yeah,
you
we're
fill
right.
the thing, you need a catalyst.
Understood. Well, catalyst has been built.
Is cultivating training?
Yes.
But it's based off of degrees of success, not progress. I guess that's the big difference, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
The Dossarino.
My influence is at 0 right now, but I have plus 40, I believe.
Yeah, we get bonuses for, especially you. I think you get more than we do for bonuses.
And plus 2 cultivation progress, so plus 60 there, and I think I cultivate good as well. It's plus 1 DOS when I succeed. Okay. But 60. And then I guess I'll be using some low-grade crystals as well during this, so that it's plus 90 for all of them. Which is easy enough to count here, since that means it's 90 or less. Well, it's not even going to say less than 90 there. Okay, hold on. It's still advantaged. Okay, give me a minute.
You got it.
Other people do stuff. I guess I'll cultivate the full week, so let me roll another small batch. So that's another 2 days and 3 DTS. So 14
Quick question for you.
3 times.
Do
Yes?
you have Johnny, not Lar, or not?
Yeah, what's up?
Do you have a catalyst for your next, or is that what you're working on now?
That's what I'm going to be working on next for the
Perfect.
meditation. Yeah.
All right. What are you meditating on?
I was going to meditate on one of my fights.
What?
So if I go back down to fight log.
Yes.
+4.
It's a toss up between the Clockwork Warrior, and that might be something interesting for other people. Being the walls to another's path of failure they could not overcome. Or the mystery of the wall, that it was my path of armor that I could not perceive. One of those two ones would be pretty interesting, I find. Both being similar, but opposites of my failure to somebody else's. So I think what I'm going to go for is the... because I feel like it might be interesting for the other companions and swords is being in the wall to another's path. Because if I am the wall, that'll give them something to look at and kind of perceive in a more friendly way compared to in the heat of battle. It might be
running
interesting.
into an insurmountable wall in the heat of battle sucks.
Yeah.
You're like, balls.
Right, so I think I will go with the my win against the Clockwork Warrior. My last fight makes sense, and yeah, being the wall to another's path.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this actually works out pretty well. I'm going to be feeding a lot of influence to my sword, by the way.
Good, because I was worried about the amount of influence I was going to put into my sword.
Give me a moment. It's well over 1,000 influence, but it's all black gold, so
1,000 influence, eh?
well over.
I'm worried about tribulation that happens to the if it happens to a sword and what their limit is.
That it's a fair point, which we'll see after.
Don't worry.
What's its
Several
current
layers
influence?
here.
Its current influence is
Before the
Only-
1,000 plus.
only 20 right now.
Okay.
But this is over the course of most of a week that I'm going to be doing this.
So it's not all at once.
At 101 influence, lightning strikes it. Just a
Nice.
little mini storm clouds start to form. And he's like, "Oh, jingly."
It's a good thing it's a waveform sword. I can probably channel the energy pretty well, but
It's only one strike though. And then it happens at 201, 301, 401, 501, 701, 801, 901, and exactly at 1,001.
Well, I think I'm going to be here with you then. If I notice tribulation happening, because that's
yeah, I'm going to keep doing it
that's
because
something fun.
I'll be putting 2,000 influence into this thing total.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Every
2020.
100 influence you put into it, a little itty bitty bolt. Every 1,000 or so, a big bolt.
Okay.
Does this give off some sort of charged nebulum?
Not in a way that you recognize. It's not a nebulum per se.
Is it something I can capture?
Yeah, may I be able to capture any of this energy if I'm holding the sword during this time?
If you capture it, you steal
Oh,
it.
it doesn't get it. Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Because
Yeah.
what's happening is I'm not taking tribulation from somebody
Yes,
else.
I know
It's a different form.
Well, I was
Okay,
talking
okay.
about Lyron's approach. Your fate plus tribulation elements will potentially come into play here.
Okay.
For each one of the bolts, roll a d10. On a 1 or a 10, you get a copy.
Okay.
I do actually have another question then.
Oh
Can I channel it through myself, through the Taiji circle, and back into the sword so it's yin yang?
But it's not a yin yang sword, it's a waveform sword.
It has the yin yang
Well, then you don't need to. It has its own thing.
defiance charge. Yeah. Okay. So it's got a similar thing on its own. That'll be purifying it. Fair. Okay. So 2,000 influence, and I'm back at 100 influence.
Okay.
Or 110 influence.
You roll 18d10, looking for 1s and 10s, and then roll separately 2d10, looking for
For the
1s
other
and 10s.
two,
Those
yeah.
are for...
The big old bolts.
Yes. Ooh,
I
I see
four.
some.
I see
More of
4.
them. They're nice. I like that.
And then /R 2d10. So can I use fate points to reroll this?
Yes, you can. Sure can.
Okay. So
Feel free, Mr. Fate Man, with your fate-like powers.
7, 9. Nice. So that's it's gonna be so I have one more chance to roll them both.
Okay. Good luck.
There it is. I got 1. So
Go
that's
on, all right.
subtract.
So each one of these are equivalent to 1 low grade, the 4 that you got, sword nurturing crystal.
Okay.
So he's been struck with the equivalent of 18 sword nurturing crystals, low grade. The 1,000 ones are the equivalent of a mid grade.
Okay.
They are not pleasant energies to hold on to by any means. You will need a vessel, or it'll actually start to mess with your sword
Of course.
reservoir again.
So I'm going to so I got 4 of them, and I'm gonna put 1 in the arming sword, 1 in fated to meet ice, 1 in Chung Po's sword, and 1.
I cultivate good.
So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So when you say I don't have a lot of time, and it takes a downtime scene per infusion, does that mean
He's
I
doing
have?
this over the course of a week.
Yeah,
so
exactly. So I can. That's fine. Exactly. I'm completely fine
It's
with that.
the course
You
of
play
4
hot
days,
potato with a
but
charge
yeah.
and pass it on.
Yeah.
You don't know if you have any vessel worthy of holding a mid-grade charge, though.
Oh, I was going to give
I
it to the
mean,
strong affords the mercy.
Ah, your door guy. He's like,
Yeah.
yeah, I can hold on to that. I am
Perfect.
thick.
yeah,
Yeah,
he very thick.
I figured you'd be a good vessel for it.
Some tasty sword energy. That's good.
Thick. Is this
So, yeah.
is the strong affords mercy? Is he developing his own?
Yeah, he's doing his own thing.
He's doing his own thing. Okay.
He's a bit slower than the rest. You will notice that color rank influence is the best it can do is a mid-grade. You cannot get anything higher than a mid-grade, and it's every 1,000 influence do you accumulate one.
Okay.
If you are a higher cultivator,
I don't have a
then,
catalyst for mountain climbing yet.
Yeah. So.
Nor do I know if I can deal with the tribulations for that.
Yeah, you guys have seen the tribulations. It's not pleasant.
But at least it's cosmic. So
Yeah.
you got that going for you. Whatever that's going to do, whatever challenge that is.
Yeah, I guess the mountain climbing. It might not even be mountain climbing for cosmic though. Or is it still called mountain climber?
It is mountain climber, but you are not ascending a normal mountain. You're ascending the equivalent of Mount Targon, which is a mountain so tall it reaches the cosmos, and you can talk to constellations and the gods.
Neat, neat.
In fact, it compresses 2 earthly realms together. So the mountain climber rank for the earthly realm and the rank after that are compressed into the mountain climbing experience of the cosmos.
Because I can in fact utilize a catalyst to do my mountain climber tribulation right now. The start of it. I don't know if I want to though.
Might want to wait until you can get some materials or pills or whatever to help endure.
Yeah, I don't know how I can I still haven't figured out a way to help you guys outside
During
of
that.
things. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm starting to figure things out for myself going through them, right? Like I was able to utilize my my key of Tribulation of Fate and gave myself a big boost for the literally for the gas
Speed.
gas one. I thought that was really neat, but yeah, it's usually more of you guys focused, and I don't know how I could help you guys yet. So
We shall see.
I guess now looking at my waveform sword, how has the singing to it changed it?
It's well on its way to being a next level sword vessel. Downside is it needs more medium grade crystals or energy sources.
So I guess I could just
It'll
keep
need-
singing at it, but
It needs 10.
It's got 2.
Yeah.
10 total or 10 now?
10 total. And then you'll need a special material, but you might have already put that in there for it to use, like the Taiji charge.
Yeah.
And it'll catalyze the 10 energies, and it'll upgrade its sword vessel.
Making it tier 2.
But these things drink endlessly, as you can well tell. They will easily eat up tons and tons and tons of resources that could have been spent on yourself.
Do the ones that I rolled give me any sort of insights?
This is from the insights, yeah.
Okay.
That it can eat as many low charges as possible, because it never will run out of room for those, because they're like cheese puffs. There's no real substance to them. It's like having a piece. It's like having a popcorn kernel. Eventually, it's just fun to eat. They don't do anything. It's the medium charges where it's like, have a Snickers. And you're like, whoa, I didn't know they came in that size. I'll eat them.
Yeah.
And eventually, when they're full, you then can expose them to something that pulls all of that resource together and actualizes it, and then that'll upgrade the sword vessel, making it even a more powerful predominant sword, and you can get pretty silly. The hard part comes with how do you generate high level sword charges.
I mean, once I'm in Mountain Climber, I might be able to.
You might be able to, yeah. So
I don't know. Like, I think I might be able to survive the first Tribulation.
yeah, we'll see. It'll be spicy.
Yeah, it will be spicy. The question is how spicy.
Savalaire's like, you got this, but I'm like, no, don't do it.
Yeah. Savalaire says yes. Player says no.
Hold on there, buddy.
I know it's going to be hard because, like, I went through the mountain climber one for the other guy, and
but that wasn't the first step onto the mountain, though. That was further down.
I mean, that was the first step on the mountain.
It was the first step onto the mountain?
It was after Black Gold.
I thought that he wasn't a mountain climber before that? Okay.
No. I probably would have died.
It has a really high kill rate. So do be careful. Having some sort of protective resource or armor, or frankly anything, would be advised.
Yeah.
Unless you're built to take it on the chin, try not to take it on the chin.
Normal parry that shit. That's still taking it on the chin.
And then you parried it.
And that hasn't helped. Fair.
Could have helped. Might not have helped.
I mean, it probably helps. I don't know if it helps enough. It's also not taking it on the chin, then. Which we want to do.
Of course, that's the only way to do it.
Yeah.
But that's for earthly, I suppose. We don't know how it is for cosmic.
Just need to upgrade my Tessargonian battery for my energy pool. But I don't have merit at the moment. I guess I can keep singing to my sword and getting it to the next level, and then that would be about as much as I could do with the sword at that point, because I can't give it high grade.
So we're at stage 2. Would you say it for the sword? What is the sword level now? Like, has anything changed about the sword now that it has 2,000 influence? Like, what's?
I guess it's stage 2 after it has consumed 10 medium charge worth of things.
And then catalyzes it, yeah.
Yeah, which would be 10,000 influence, which I could do pretty quick now that I'm at max influence.
You could. You can
Is there
spend
anything?
week after week after week doing that until it reaches storage level 2.
Well, I got 1,700 influence. Oh, actually, like 2,000 something influence after 4 days. So I think it would only take about 2 weeks, and then I could catalyze it. Because that is currently plus 60 there. So under. They're 170. Which means I'm getting at least 7 DOS, or 8 if Lara's there.
Yeah. I will be
Plus
staying
another
around, especially if you're deciding to put influence into your
15.
sword. I'm also going to be doing influence training. I'm going to be putting it
So I'm getting
inside
at
the
least
swords.
23 influence per roll.
Not bad.
Yeah, it's pretty good. And that's not with like the 23 influence if I roll under 100, plus however much per roll there. So I'm going to take another week and do that, which means I am a week ahead of Poe again.
Look at you
If I do
go.
that? Yeah. I don't know how other people are going to cultivate, or if you guys want to deal with your hazards at some point. Lara's probably cultivating in here, if I'm also here cultivating.
That's my plan. I want to give influence to some of the swords to kind of catch up now that your baseline is way higher, so I don't have to worry about how much influence I put into swords right now.
Okay. So I keep giving it to the waveform, and you be spreading it out as you get extras. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's make a week of rolls then. Times 3 times 7. Minus.
And you said it was training, therefore we have that extra DTA, right?
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah,
asking it about.
That's why you're asking. Gotcha.
Yep. 2. So 574 rolls. Oh god. Luckily, the value isn't changing at this point.
Oh, it's so close from 1 and a 100.
I've already gotten a 1 and a
Tisk.
100.
That's always nice to have another.
That is true. Okay, so let's see. The baseline would be 170. So it's
8 ones, I count.
15 plus. Those aren't super relevant. Those do give additional insights on cultivation, though. So plus. With 574 rolls, can I just average out the roll to 50 to make this calculation easier for the influence, Matt? Or do you want me to count all of this out for DOS?
I mean,
Well, if you have a predictability on that, we can just go with it.
Okay. I mean, the ones themselves are insights, which aren't super, like, I'm probably not getting much more out of it there. But let's see. So 23 plus 12. Excuse me, that's wrong. 12 times 294. Yeah, so I got 10,290 influence for the week, give or take
nice.
a
Nice.
couple.
Yeah. You gonna give some to your master of the singularity as well?
I will be giving the 2,000 to Master of the Singularity. 2,290 or 2,310 influence to Master of the Singularity. And I'm at 10,001 influence for the Waveform Sword, which is the 10 mediums.
Woo!
Yeah,
Gonna use
yeah.
that Tribulation charge. The Taiji.
The Taiji one. That is from. It is a Yin Yang Blue Tribulation Defiance charge. So that was from Blue Tribulation, which is gold.
Hmm.
For both the
It
Demon
doesn't care
Beast and the
particularly what
Ghost.
color it is because it has Taiji on it.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's gonna break down the blue color. It doesn't care that it's Defiant. It only cares that it's Taiji.
Okay.
Nice.
Is there anything else I want to toss into it while it's catalyzing? Because that takes. Is that going to be a DTS for the catalyzing, or
Take a week
takes a week? So I'm going to
for
be
it to
2 weeks
absorb all those
ahead
energies.
because I want to be there with it, absorbing the energies, and I guess
Okay.
nurturing it.
I'll give it one of my enlightenments of the sword. I think that
I
would
was
be
going to do that as
good.
well. I'm going to give it a sword
Nice.
enlightenment too.
Good choice.
So let's get
I
2.
like that.
Subtract from me.
Actually, it already had 1, so it has 3 now.
Cool.
Didn't it? You've got the list here. Where's the list? Sword Cradle.
It is a tier 2 relic.
I didn't. So it has a Schrodinger's Marshall Insight, though, so it can choose to do whatever it wants with that.
Mhm.
And then 2 Sword Enlightenments.
Yeah. I just had a couple more, so I was like, yeah, you know what? Let's do that. So
Mm-hmm.
I know Viper said to keep them, but at the end of the
Didn't
day,
it already consume?
It might
It
have
says under
been Sword
consumed. It
Insight.
already consumed the Yin Yang Blue Tribulation.
Well, I gave
Unless
it
you're
to
giving
it.
it another one.
I don't have another one, but I don't think it. Did it do something? I guess it already has Taiji, is the thing.
So it did consume it.
yeah,
Yeah.
it did.
So it's already internalized that. Is
What
there
else?
anything?
Yeah, what else are you gonna do?
I'm giving it 2 Sword Enlightenment. Well, I'm giving it 1, and Lara's
Sure.
giving it 1. We're told to save it, but we also now have a way to generate them. Well, I guess Lar does
You get
with
that.
his
Okay.
sword path. And what else to give it?
You don't have to if you don't want to. That's the thing.
I want to give it 30 weapon skill over 100.
Oh, nice.
So 30 weapon skill and a sword enlightenment from me.
Matt, I just put a 1 beside it if whatever hundreds category it in. So, for example, it's under 100, it's 0. It's in 100,
Mhm.
1. If it's above 200, it's 2. Yada yada.
Like that. Yep. Okay.
Oh, I also need to put 10,000 influence now.
Yeah,
You mad
10,000
lad.
and 1 influence
10,001?
of black gold.
Shouldn't be 1010 or 10.
1020.
Oh, it only goes.
It only cares that it's color
the
rank.
one. Yeah.
Major realms.
Okay, it's color rank.
Color rank cultivation. Yeah.
So 10,001. influence. It also has, if this is the case, so it has 10 mid and 100 low tribulation.
Can I give it a rank in Sixth Sense as well for my character sheet?
It's not something you generate back very well.
Yeah.
If you have something that lets you copy it,
I don't. I was just curious if I could put skills in. I'm probably
yeah,
not.
but it's you lose them.
Do I have Parry Mastery yet? I definitely got one there. Yeah, I've got Parry Mastery. Should I give it Parry Mastery? Then I would have to get that again. Which I'm probably not going to be rolling parry as much anymore with normal parry. So I'm just going to keep my Parry Mastery.
If you like, I can give it some Yang Qigong.
No.
Okay. I figured I might do something with the Yin Yang circuit.
I would probably want some Yin Qigong as well.
Mm-hmm. You want to give it any of your narrative points?
No, I've only got 8.
Okay.
I could give it a bone coin. It already had a bone coin, right?
No,
Did I have
you
a bone
gave
coin?
that to the protector.
The protector? I'll give it a bone coin as well. Go down to 4.
Alrighty.
Give it some of my fate.
I think bone coins are the better ask if you wanted to like give it narrative power, because then it can actually roll to get narrative itself. So that's always fun.
Mm-hmm. Well, and bone coins are coins, 2 sides.
Yeah, it's fate. Yeah, it's so this means I'm rolling 8d10 and 82d10. I think that's how it's going to work, right? For tribulation.
Typing.
Yeah, that's how it's going to work. Oh no. 72.
And then I get to add one feature based off of. Well,
I guess Poe could actually start cultivating his poison sword by, I guess, channeling some of the devouring energy into it so you don't explode with influence.
it's actually 90 low tribulation charges, or 91 if you fed it a one in the first place. Because it'd be 91 low tribulation charges and then 10 mid, but they're not tribulation for them. They are sword nurturing energy.
Or nurture.
Oh.
Okay.
Yep.
I want to get my other sword back so I can put it into my waveform sword.
We should probably end off with Chung Po after you've finished this, and then I'll think about my week of putting into the swords.
Well,
Because now we're 3 months in, because I took 2 weeks there.
For what was it? What was the warning that we got from our person last time that I don't know, what better parrying or getting I think I had like sword stuff that needed to get better and were better, but not as good as it could be.
You've
All they're looking
progressed
for is
a lot.
improvement. Yeah. We've done a lot.
Both
You got
sides.
your sword energy, you now are just awaiting a catalyst of real combat.
And does it have to be real combat or can crystals? I wasn't sure if that was one of those ones where
The
it's just like you
catalyst is,
combat.
yeah, it's experience, not a material that you need.
understood.
You can get lessons and fight practice, which could count the next time that guy comes along. The Undying Sword Elder.
Understood.
They come before whatever happens in 4 months.
Yeah.
So your Tutor Relic gives you a sword energy while in hand, even if it's above your current sword energy. It also increases your sharpness, which will be very important later. It gains the lethal edge quality against swords of lower tier. Basically, you can deal permanent damage to lower swords. And then the unassailable means it cannot be affected by lower swords. So if it has the thundering quality and you cross blades with it, it ignores it. It cannot be assailed. It is not just indestructible, but it's basically invincible until a sword of equal or higher tier is used. Now, there are going to be some stuff later that says if my sword cultivation is higher, I could ignore the unassailable trait, even if the sword is better than mine.
Because I'm better than you at the sword.
Correct.
Is this sword catalyst something that lets me get to tier 5?
Yeah, you can use this sword catalyst. It is, you have found a methodology that is the akin to a fight.
By learning the sword. Okay, I will utilize that to get to tier 5 then.
Let's get you 5. But remember, when you use a catalyst, you use it.
Yes, but a sword catalyst is also gained through actual combat, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'll use that here. Get as much of an
Well, that
advantage
means
as I can.
Johnny can do the same with his, upgrade his to a tier 2 relic.
To get into the sword catalyst.
And then get a sword catalyst, yeah.
That's more important for Poe, since Lar already has sword catalysts he can ruminate upon.
Gotcha.
Lethal edge quality. Neat. One sword key.
So every time you upgrade a minor realm, you get that, and then every time a major realm, you get those.
Okay.
Question, Matt. Just for clarification, is the Path of the Sword stages a minor realm? It's the cultivation.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I just want clarification.
What is a sword
Good call.
teaching?
A clue, like the one the Swordbreaker taught Lar.
Yeah. So
Okay.
Even if you have a catalyst, your understanding of the sword is too shallow.
Got it.
So, but the cool part is teachings can be passed on. So Lars already told you that teaching, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's literally one of the things.
Yeah,
And
that sort of lie.
I'd be putting influence into it as well. So
Yeah.
So we've got a sword teaching.
Yep,
We
you have
can
a sword
utilize.
teaching.
We just
Now,
need
every
more
time it
catalyst.
says you require sword teaching, it must be different than the one you've used
Anyone?
before.
Yeah, I figured.
Okay.
0.5 Gestalt.
yeah, that's nice.
That is going to be huge. John, you still here?
He probably went to sleep.
He did say he might be sleeping.
Yeah. Evening Group have been pushing hard for Gestalt, even
Yeah.
putting their characters at insane risks just to get even 0.5%.
Yeah, like there's a
I mean,
whole
that's the
raid
whole
you guys
reason
had.
we're here.
Yeah, that exactly. Yeah, that's one of the main reasons why we chose that with the.
It was a good choice because if you start the cosmic path with a high Gestalt, things might be a little easier going forward.
Right.
Or more
Especially
interesting.
if you can go up and say, "I cut a bitch," and you're like, "No, I'm not." Oh, well, oh, that you did cut me. That's not good. Sword.
I'm sitting at 2%.
Mm,
Yeah, you are.
my man. That's the Stouse.
Main character syndrome over here.
I do need
Yep.
to learn the sound of the sword carnival so I can impose that upon people in a ship battle and be like, nah, only swords matter here. The sword carnival's rules are applying.
And if they don't have a more powerful set of rules because their group doesn't have something that opposes it, everyone's like, "But I have a gun."
That's not a sword.
But then they're
Sucks
like,
to
"But
suck,
aren't swords
bitch.
a lie?" Then you need a stick.
Yeah, that's correct. Swords
Can
are a
I
lie.
wield my shotgun as a stick? Yes, you can. But you can't shoot it. But what if I filled the shotgun shells with little swords? Oh shit,
Well,
that's a
sword's
good
a
one.
lie, so that doesn't work.
Oh. What if I fill these? It's
Little
with
stick.
so sharp sticks, like flechettes. Oh, okay, those could be swords. Do you know anything about swords? No, I'm a gun practitioner. Oh, then you're screwed.
Huh.
Yeah,
I don't think you're getting out of this one, buddy.
yeah, you're not getting out of this one, Holmes. But yeah, that's kind of what you're looking at. Um, so anything that generates Gestalt, especially if it's something you can predict, that's pretty good.
Like the
And you
movement
got that
mechanics.
before you got to Mountain Climber.
Movement mechanics, pretty great.
Movement
Gestalt.
mechanics are pretty fucking great. If you're able to master movement mechanics, you'll generate off one full Gestalt, and then frankly, you'll be able to do really gross things with how you move. It's like,
Yep.
did that guy? You're not supposed to be able to move like that. I know it may not look it, but I can fold myself in half at a moment's notice.
Yeah.
What?
It's necessary to perform this very specific swing.
How? Oh, it generates centrifugal force close to a gyroscope? Oh, that's not good. Yeah. Yes. Yes, Mr. Poe.
Folds in half, starts spinning rapidly.
Just like, hey, I'm going to do the Beyblade maneuver. What does that look like? I throw myself up into the air and spin
Oh
in
god,
your
I don't want
direction
to see
like a
that again.
top. All right, so that said, Mr. Poe, what you up to? Do you want to do the same thing they did? It's a lot of influence.
Well, I'm at 1, but I also do have influence in the chamber for poison. And I have no idea. It's been several weeks at this point since I've eaten that. And I don't know if there's like a, hey, you have to digest this now.
The moment you sit down to cultivate next, it all triggers at the same time. But you could transfer all of that influence
Into your sword.
into your sword before it triggers.
Let's do it.
Did this improve the bonus to progress for research going to tier 2?
Who did?
The waveform sword going to tier 2? Did that improve its bonus to progress that it gives to sword energy and sound?
It is not.
Okay.
It is keeping it there. It is focusing on
Becoming.
because basically this particular thing used the martial insights and enlightenments to realize you guys received plenty of bonus. You don't need more. You have the ability to manipulate the current bonus in such a manner that there's just no point in getting it higher.
Sure enough.
But it needs to focus on something else. If it was an effigy, it would have transformed more bonuses for the sanctuary. It would have rapidly improved a lot of other features in the sanctuary and quality of life, but it's not an effigy, it's a weapon. So it decided to give you two things that are the most important in the sword carnival: sharpness and sword aura, or sword energy.
So I've got 2 sword energy right now while wielding it.
Yep, as long as it's in hand. Now the problem is if you let it go, you don't have that sword energy or that sharpness. Until you've established the sword bond, which will come at later tiers. It links you to the sword, so if the sword's destroyed, you take a huge hit.
Sure enough.
And vice versa. If you take a huge hit, the sword takes a huge hit. That's what a sword bond does. But if you bond with the sword, you can basically add whatever it has to your character sheet.
Okay.
So it's a character sheet DLC.
The shields are really nice because that's I'm assuming hard shields.
Yep. So it's basically a force field. So if someone comes along and is like, "I'm gonna fuck you up," well, they can't enter the sword cradle until they destroy the barrier.
What's the grade of shield in a sense then? Like, for example, is it just base flat damage? It can take up to 100 plus whatever, or is it like something more special?
If it is from a sword of lower tier or a swordsman of lower tier, the shield only takes 10% of the damage.
Ah, okay. All right, that's the cool thing about it. Right. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Do I get these shields while I'm wielding it?
No, it has to be in the cradle. But it does if you're in the cradle. That's where additional vessel upgrades or modifications to the rules of the sanctuary come in play. Because you can have it so that any sanctuary-based effect from a combat weapon always applies as a bonus. But that comes from planning and forethought in the future. For right now, that's a fucking excellent sword.
I'll just wait till they give me back my other sword so I can slap it on here.
Yep. And the crazy part is, if you have an incredible sword from the past, say it's a relic from a specific family, they've been handing it down for generations. The kid or the guy using it does not have sufficient sword knowledge or power. A lesser sword covered in sword aura and energy can cut through it. It would require like a sword circuit inside for it to not be destroyed on impact. So even a trash sword is a relic weapon in the hands of an expert.
Okay. So are you gonna shove a bunch of stuff into your sword, Poe?
Well, I believe, what was it, gathering more influence as well? You guys were doing influence training, or?
Yeah, I was
It's easier for
cultivating
you
by
guys.
singing to my sword.
Okay.
Oh,
So
yeah.
It's way easier for you. You're a devourer.
well, yeah, but let's see. Should I sit, devour more, and then cultivate all at once?
Here's the thing. Have you been keeping track of your input for the last 2 weeks of how much poison you have to eat and what that stacks up?
I can do the math real quick, but
You're gonna
no, I
need to.
haven't.
You should. You've been eating pills, but you have an efficiency, so you don't have to eat as much. Especially if you want to use the bugs, but you haven't because you haven't been in there.
Yeah.
So the bugs really reduce how much poison energy you need if you are if you're that version of Devour. If you are a must throw fuel in the furnace type of Devour, that actually hurts you. So
I want to, or the way that it was. I'm attempting the life one, or like the growth one.
Yeah, where it continues to fill and fill and fill, and you have to muddle the mixture.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you have to make sure of that. So
And
you do have to eat a bunch of poisons, and I think there was I posted it to you, which you have to have
yes,
in the Word document.
Yep, reading.
And then the output. You also ate those 1,000 poison pills. No, the lesser it's the 100. The 100 low grade poisons, 90 non-lethal, 10 lethal. Those all count as low grade pills that you have stacked.
Fuck.
Oh yeah. And then whatever you've eaten so far.
One juicy one that granted a whole 100 influence right off the bat. So I've had a middling grade and a bunch of low grade then.
You have a giant pile of this stuff. And the crazy part about Devour is they don't need a catalyst to go up or down tiers. You just do it once you reach that stage. You've eaten a sufficient amount.
3 mundane pills a day or 1 low grade. So if I did 1 low grade a day for tier 1, because I believe that's where I'm at. 1 low grade a day, and we've done 3 weeks.
In addition to the 3 weeks that when you arrived, because you arrived a week late because you crushed the tests to get caught up.
Yeah.
So 6 weeks.
Wouldn't it be 5 because I didn't unlock it until the 5th, until a week after?
Well, you guys have spent a month. They popped in a week. You missed that week. Then we guys finished out the month. So a month in, and then you're 3 weeks into the second month. So
6.
Okay. That's 42 days, I believe.
Yep. And
yeah, 42 days.
If it's all low grade, either at 3 apiece or at all low grade, which.
Well, it's 3 low grade apiece.
Yeah. Well, no, it's 3 mundane grade apiece or 1 low grade if I'm at tier 1. I believe I'm at tier 1 still.
You are at tier 1. So that means 42 low grade pills and a medium.
Yeah.
That still doesn't do anything against your wealth factors. Like, it's such a small level of resource.
You're pretty much completely.
I have 2,200 influence that I need to disperse then.
Put that in your sword, bruh!
That's gonna be the idea.
Make sure you keep yourself at 100, though. Or actually, you don't need to keep yourself at 100. Fucking dump it all in there. Who gives a shit?
But yeah, because he doesn't actually cultivate anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah,
not
but
in the same
yourself, way. There is merit, though, in keeping your tier of cultivation close to 100, because there are instances in which minor levels of cultivation can matter, but not so much in the color ranks.
I mean, I'm worried about somebody damages my influence and all I have is 1, and then I die.
Well, no, you go down a tier.
Well, that's even worse.
Because you don't really care. Because you're a devourer. If you drop a cultivation tier, there's not really major bottlenecks for you. Because you eat some poison, you go right back up.
Yeah. Hey.
You still lose a minor realm, and that can decide the nature of the fight, because having a minor realm difference allows them to have additional bonuses to hurt you. But it's not lethal or even damaging to a devourer. It just makes the fight a little harder. So you got to sprinkle a little bit more poison on them.
Should I go to gold here, or should we wait that for next session because it's almost time? I might sit myself at 99 and everything else.
Yeah. You should do it over by S though. You don't have to do it in nursery, but just closer to me.
Might recommend 90. So in case you roll a 1 on influence and I give you a D4.
Gotcha. So that is adding 89 out of the 2100. Or wait, no, it'd be 2200.
Remember, it's not off progress; it's off DOS, degrees of success. But you don't care because you're not rolling influence; you just be eating poison. Woohoo!
So let's see. When you say that requiring DOS, but if I get the DOS, then I get the influence that is based on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was just a reminder that cultivating influence is not off of progress; it's off of your degrees of success on your influence tests.
Okay,
But
so
you don't really do that. You don't even need to sit down to cultivate anymore. You just gotta pop them pails, brah.
blue and yellow, purple pills.
You just gotta go out and go to Benihana's and have them cook up some dastardly poison for you.
Alrighty, and what role is that? Hold on a second. Let me look at this Word document as well. That might
What type of role do you mean?
the degrees of success. I'm not sure what I need to roll.
You don't need to roll shit. It's just a reminder. If you sit down and meditate and you use the cultivation, you roll influence, right, to generate influence.
Okay.
Well, your DOS determine influence gain, depending on a ratio, if you're a pure cultivator or not. But you don't really roll influence anymore. You just eat stuff, and it gives you a flat value that you have to deal with the next time you rest.
Okay.
Yeah. So sorry if I confused you a little bit.
All good. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I was doing it right. So
You are.
I
And you
rest
passed that
and I
all
just
over.
get all that influence.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Do you keep in mind you do have to rest for it to trigger. But if you rest for any reason, it triggers all at once.
Ooh.
So also don't get knocked unconscious. It will also trigger it.
Okay, what about the times that I was sleeping to make sure I didn't get fatigue in between like these several weeks? Do we just want to do it all at once, but then remember, hey, this is going to happen?
I'll let that slide this one time because there's a lot to keep track of. But even if you go to sleep, that's considered rest.
Understood.
It'll trigger in your sleep, which will be really bad, especially if you're going up a major realm.
Gotcha.
Especially if you, with 2200 influence, you'd have gone up several realms.
I give my sword 21 and 11, or 2111 influence then? That
Which
goes
then
straight to
strikes
my
it
sword.
with some juicy cultivation. Basically 18 minor nurturing energies, sword nurturing energies, and 2 middling sword nurturing energies. Need 10 middling sword nurturing energies for it to improve to a level 2 vessel, as you've seen with Mr. Lyron. It also gives you a sword catalyst. You also have a cheat. You can just go into your horde, just absolutely scarf down a ton of influence from your poisons. Go meditate. You don't have to sit down and go, okay, I need to roll, hundreds of dice. No, you just go, I'm going to go into my vault and go, sit down, meditate. Generate more influence than anyone can keep up with.
So 2100 is our total influence right there. Is that what I heard?
2211.
Yeah.
Two.
Or 2111 into my sword.
Oh,
2111.
Okay.
Yeah.
2111.
Yep. Into poison sword.
Poison sword.
Oh,
Yep.
and I'm sitting at 90 influence.
Yes, yes. Grow your swords, so when it is time to fight, it will be good.
I do have to end things here though for the day. This session. I get to play some Dungeon World with the kids. So
Woo.
yeah. I also wanted to bring up something for scheduling. Would it be possible to shift schedule to every other Saturday? I don't know. It would be beneficial to me if I were doing that because there's 3 kids, so I
Mm-hmm.
kind of have to be active there.
What about an hour earlier?
On both
That help
ends, so like start and end earlier.
Yep.
That can be done, I think.
I could start way earlier if you guys want.
Ooh.
However early you guys are willing to wake up, I'll wake up. I wake up at normally 6 o'clock for normal work anyways, so which is 3 hours earlier than our normal start time. So
I could do
depends
early.
on how early you guys want to wake up.
I mean, I guess that works.
I think that's a great idea too. I'm down with that.
Yep.
Especially because we had to do early next week anyway.
We can
So,
set that as a more permanent thing. And we
Yeah.
can do this as a temporary try, William,
Hmm.
to see if this is a better fit or if we still need to do every other week. But we'll try next week if we need to start 1 hour earlier, or do you guys want to start 2 hours earlier?
Let's try 2.
Yeah,
2? That'd be 7? Yeah, I can do that.
I'm gonna do 7.
Yeah, you know, I'll wake up at 1 a.m. on Friday. Or
1 a.m. What?
Don't wake up at 1 a.m.
It's fine. Anyways.
Oh, it's
On
not.
Friday. Wait, 1 a.m. on Friday?
Yeah, you know, really early.
Oh, I see. We'll just go back a day. I mean, I could fit the whole session in before work if we did that. No thanks.
Yeah, agreed. Anyways, you all have a good one.
So,
Thank you for
sounds good. 2 hours. I'll put it in chat. Matt can put it in chat. 2 hours early next session. See if you guys can handle that. I think that's good for my end too. So that's a 10 a.m. start. William, it's a 9 a.m. start.
8 a.m.
And 7 a.m. 8 a.m.
Yes, for me it would be 8 a.m.
Did
Central?
you move an hour behind then, time zone wise?
Nope. I
you're
did move further east, but I am still within the same time zone.
Are you Eastern or Central?
Central.
Oh, you're Central now. Okay, because I thought you were.
I was
Eastern
always
last time I
Central.
heard. Oh, never mind. I thought you were Eastern before.
Nah,
Sounds good.
all good.
Sounds good.
Yeah, we'll start earlier and see if that's a better fit. 2 hours to be precise, and that way, if that way
Yeah,
we
that
can
way
make
we don't
sure
have. Yeah.
have to do the week.
Sounds good.
Alrighty.
I know we
Laters.
must have been training, but do we get merit for progression here?
That's a good question.
No, I'm gonna hold you to it until your first fight.
Got it.
Okie dokie.
Laters.
Sounds good. Thanks for the session, Matt.
Of
Thanks for
course,
coming,
my
guys.
pleasure. Well done.
No, my pleasure.
Ah!
Yes.
Right.
Nice.
I need to go put out some fires for other games because I
You
need
got
to
this.
write shit tons of content.
You got this.
Actually, I wrote most of the shit tons of content yesterday, so I only need to do a little bit of stuff here or there.
I
Sure
gotta
enough.
go walk Luna in the pouring rain. It's gonna be grand. I love it.
Luna is gonna love it. You're gonna be
She's-
like,
I don't even know where she is right now.
Out in the rain.
Nope, she's waiting for me.
Ah,
they know.
well,
They're
I
so
think we're
excited.
probably going to get to the first fight next session, though.
We're going pretty fast for progress wise. We did pretty good today.
Because it's 4 months,
Especially
right?
with you guys hitting certain bottlenecks and going, okay, I can't blitz through this. Although Johnny, you could potentially reach the end of the first sword path before the fight. You have enough catalysts.
I would like to. I think that would be good, especially from the treasury, finding something there. I feel like we could definitely.
Well, do you have enough sword teachings though?
In the treasury?
That's there's definitely sword teachings in the treasury, but the Elder Undying Sword could also give you a sword teaching for some points.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna get some points, especially after Lyron just decided, like, hey, we're gonna hit tier 2 for our swords. That was one of the things she brought up last time. Sanctuary wise, I don't know if things are improving that way, but
you guys haven't made any notable improvements to the Sanctuary, but you still have a fuck ton of time.
Yeah.
So they're probably not going to appear at the end of the month. But they said they'd arrive 1, maybe 2 more times before the fight.
Ready?
So, thank you.
All right.
I'm going to do dastardly work. I'm also going to kick out John because he's definitely asleep.
All right. You guys have a great day. Matt, have fun with your session tonight. Casey, you playing tonight?
Always.
You have a game?
Maybe. Let me check to see if they've said anything.
Okay.
Yes, I am going to be.
Nice. You guys have fun.
I will. You too.
Cheers.